Good morning. Please take your seats. Good morning to you all, and a warm welcome, whether you are joining us here in person at the Research Council of Lithuania in a very white and wintry Vilnius, or joining us online on our YouTube channel. We are honored today to have representatives from various institutions, esteemed international experts, Vice Minister, Chairman of the Research Council, and colleagues that came today here along at this final event of the Comparative Expert Assessment of Research and Development that has been taking place all last year in 2023. I'm Aurelia Povilakė, and I'm your moderator for the next 40 minutes, and it's my pleasure to guide you through this morning's session. Today, our goal is quite simple. It looks simple. We're going to reflect on the assessment that just happened, activities conducted. We will discuss the challenges and opportunities it had presented, and I'm sure you all have an opinion and the suggestions for the improvements. But most importantly, the aim today is to lay the ground for the future work that already I have heard is in preparation. But before we dive into the discussions, there's no event without introductions and talks and welcome speeches. And I would like to extend an invitation to Vice Minister Justas Nugaras from the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport to share his reflections and insights with us today on this assessment. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Dear science community, dear professors and excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think that when we start doing something for the first time, it's just occasion or sometimes a miracle. But when we are doing something for the third time, it's already tradition. I have a feeling that Lithuanian science community changed a lot during those years, and this assessment is not already something to scare, but is a usual process. And I think that our institutions are trying less and less to pretend, but to have real view what's going on, and to have not an assessment, but a guidelines for future development. So today's conference is about what's next, what we are going to do with those results next. And I think that Lithuanian science ecosystem is changing drastically because of the funding and because of the new tasks and new maturity we could see in our results of this assessment. I'm very happy that constant efforts in educology showing the right results. I'm very happy that we have internationally recognized units as well in life sciences. We improved our results in history. And as a member of Research Council board, I could say that the function of Research Council is not only assess, but also to change and to adapt and to do an impulse to ecosystem for change and adapt. I think that this conference is end and the beginning, end of evaluation and the beginning of new efforts and new activities that will be provided by Research Council to improve current situation. So I would like to thank all the experts. I would like to thank all the institutions that participated. Research Council did an excellent job because the time was very short, so thank you so much. And let's be blunt and honest in this conference, not very, sugar coating, and let's discuss how we can improve ecosystem of research in Lithuania. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for insightful remarks and an advice not to sugarcoat the discussions today, so they are going to be spicy. And now I'm delighted to welcome Gintaras Valinčius, the chairman of the Research Council of Lithuania, to the stage. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and perspectives. Please.
Thank you, Aurelia. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear representatives of academic communities, professors, young researchers, there are plenty of them in this audience, and I'm sure online. So indeed, it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome all participants of the final event of the Comparative Research Assessment exercise. And I'd like to start my welcome word with my big thank you to all scientific communities, to our acclaimed experts, especially expert group leaders who put tremendous efforts to implement this exercise, to make it reasonable, to make it valuable, to make it respected by our research and academic communities. And we understand that this exercise, according to Lithuanian legislation, determines funding, basic funding for research implemented at research institutes and universities. But even more than that, this research evaluation exercise is important because communities, researchers, faculty members, department chiefs are capable of comparing their efforts, benchmarking their activities, dedication to excellence according to the strictest international standards. And to make this exercise reasonable and efficient, our dedicated team, led by Daiva Karužaitė and her wonderful associates, who worked for over 1 year together with academic communities, research communities across our countries, and most importantly with our experts. You, Daiva, and your team made an outstanding service and for our communities, an outstanding job, which already was mentioned by Vice Minister in his welcome speech. So while gathering today, we are opening the final step of the performance assessment exercise, which took place in 2022, 2023, and now 2024. It is very important to emphasize that the process of assessment, the process of benchmarking our community efforts, our results, scientific results, its impact towards the prosperity of our nation and the competitiveness of our industry and development of our societies and cultures will be and is going on. Just a few months ago, when we were approaching the final stages of the performance assessment, I asked the chairman of newly established Science and Studies Policy Committee to include into the committee's plans for 2024 the wide scope ex post assessment of the assessment exercise, to look into this exercise from the standpoint of its technical implementation, which I strongly believe was done perfectly, and we already see the feedback from the scientific research communities, academic communities, that most of the communities are strongly supporting the technical aspect, technical implementation of the process. But at the same time, I asked the chairman of the committee to look into the assessment exercise in particular and in the performance-based funding, which is one of the most strict systems in my opinion, in the world, which relates research results evaluated by expert panels and basic funding for research. I asked the committee chairman to evaluate the whole system and look how the system evolved over the last 10 years over the last 10 years. Actually, at this point, I would like to say that I'm really happy to see today Jurgita Petrauskienė, our former Minister of Education Science, who was at that time the director of MOSTA, and she was responsible person to organize the very first performance assessment exercise. And we did not believe that this performance assessment exercise become legally obliged form of determining funding of research institutes as it is now in 2024. So thank you, Jurgita, and definitely I would love to say that your efforts and methodologies which you applied were very, very instrumental and very helpful for implementation of today's performance exercise. And I believe today's conference and today's workshop will provide a lot of opportunities to look into the performance assessment exercise from different views, from the view of institutions, from the view of regulators, representative of our authorities, and of course Research Council members and staff. And I wish today's conference will provide a new stimulus for seeking of excellence in both research and academia, business, and society collaboration in general. So I welcome again all the participants and thank you all for coming today here and discussing this important process for our country and societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As we have a surprise visit today by the Member of the Parliament, I would like to invite Artūras Žukauskas, Chair of Education and Science Committee at the Parliament, to say a few welcoming words. Please.
So, thank you for giving floor for me. Dear colleagues, dear assessors, and dear scientists, it's a big pleasure for me to greet this conference on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania, Seimas. And I would like to give a small sketch of what we are expecting as politicians and representatives of society. So maybe you know that in the past 3 years, the gross budget allocation for research and development in the fields of higher education and the government sector increased almost by a factor of 2, from 0.28% to in 2021 to 0.53% in 2024. At the same time, the budget of the Research Council was increased by more than 3 times, from about 20 million euros to 75 million euros. And to that end, the politicians and the society have a lot of expectations from research sector. And you must understand that increasing of such a funding, which will be distributed according to this assessment, the major part of this will be distributed according to this assessment, was not so easy. taking into account, the challenges we faced in the past year, pandemic, and now the war, the crisis of democracy in the world, in the West world. And I would like to express some expectations we have for the scientific community, because this assessment is not only I believe, of high quality, but it's also, as I've said, is connected with the distribution of the unprecedentedly high amount of funding. So the society and politicians actually expect more impact of research and development in academia and government sector on the life of society. And this is nothing new if I say that we expect the development of the knowledge society, where knowledge is understood mostly as the competences acquired during the research activities. And these competences are transferred to the businesses and public sector not only through scientific publications, excellence of research and development, but mostly by young people, students, who are involved into the research activities, and they go outside academia and the research institutes to businesses and the public sector. This is the main way of transferring knowledge to society, and we expect that this migration of knowledge from academia to the society would be acknowledged, and the main impact of the assessment in the future, if not now, should be done by such migration of young people. Also, what we expect that the present research and development activity in Lithuania would face those challenges we have now. These are both in technological sphere and in humanities and social sciences. I would like first to mention the digital transformation, and especially artificial intelligence, which poses very big problems, not only in technology, but also in humanities and social sciences. But it's actually a critical technology nowadays. But any crisis, as you know, has two sides, the threats and new opportunities. So I believe that this digital transformation, which allow to get rid of simple works that can be done by machines, will increase the possibility of humans to become more humanic. And what is needed now is to increase the development of emotional intelligence, interpersonal relations, and all the things that makes us humans. Another challenge we have now is the green transformation. And this is a challenge where we have almost no or very small achievements. And this is very important. It's very important to, especially for the Research Council of Lithuania, to start investing into this field, which actually has no excellence now, because the main challenge is the climate change. It gives a lot of opportunities for the development of new technologies, also changing the attitude through the humanities and social sciences to this very, very big challenge. And the third thing is improving our teaching. both in high school and in universities, and therefore educology, which is also now not at a level of excellence in Lithuania, should experience a strong investment, and in the future we should take into account the achievements not only on the level of excellence, but achievements on the level of the development. It means, in other terms, I would cite one American poet who said approximately that it's not so important where do you stand, it's important which way you are moving. And this will also be taken into account in the future assessments. So to finalize, I would like to wish you nice work. I will try to be present here and to get acquainted with all presentations. And I also believe that we will have nice discussions and we will have a lot of value from this nice conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister, the Chairman and the Chair of the Committee for officially opening this conference. So now we can turn to the business of the day. As you have seen on your agendas, for those joining us online, you can see in the comments box a link to the agenda for today. For those present here at the Council, you can find the printed versions of our schedule for today. Today's sessions are split in two parts. The first session will engage experts of humanities and social sciences along the representatives from the institutions to discuss the assessment results. And after lunch, you will come back and we will continue with the session with natural, technological, medical, health, as well as agricultural sciences experts and representatives. I'm sure you're all very much eager to dive into discussions, ask the questions, and the audience online will have a chance to ask the questions. There's a Slido link when the sessions will open up. But before we do that, it's crucial to establish a common understanding before we begin. So to refresh our memory, what the assessment was all about, what were the results, and to have this a more comprehensive insight of the activities. So join me in welcoming Daiva Karužaitė, that the name you have heard quite a lot today, I'm sure you will hear, Head of the Research Evaluation and Data Analysis Unit, and Kristina Masevičiūtė will join her afterwards, the Chief Policy Analyst, both working at the Council, and I'm sure very much familiar to you all. We'll be presenting on the aims, organization, results, and the feedback of the assessment that has taken place in 2023. So please, Daiva, floor is yours to refresh our memory about this assessment.
Dear researchers, dear professors, dear administrators of research, dear all the guests here in the hall and all online on Lithuanian Research Council's YouTube channel, welcome to our event. Before diving into the reflections and discussions about Comparative Expert Assessment 2023, I would like to share some significant observations and express our thanks for all who were and still are involved in this assessment. We've got very positive feedback from Lithuanian universities and research institutes after the Comparative Expert Assessment was over, and my colleague Kristina Masevičiūtė will present the results in more detail in a moment. And that is the evidence of our intense and sincere contribution to Comparative Expert Assessment in a few past years. So here I thank for all warm words for us. Lithuanian researchers collaborate worldwide. More than 12,000 of scientific publications were published in collaboration with researchers from foreign countries in 2018-2022. There are numbers, you do not have to see them exactly. These are Clarivate Analytics of Web of Science and Scopus data. Here you can see our top 10 partner countries, and they are mostly European countries and United States of America. As you can see, Lithuanian researchers' collaboration directions is very clear. Germany, Poland, United Kingdom, Italy, Spain, France, Finland, and other countries. However, today we focus on expert assessment, not the metrics. And we are glad we have here our experts from different foreign countries. And I hope we will discuss the level, the quality of Lithuanian research in the international context they discovered during the visits here in Lithuania. Our universities and research institutes have provided a substantial amount of data on their R&D activities during 2018-2022. As an example, only for one position, the best research outputs, there were provided more than 2,000 items. And here I would like to thank our partners at Asseco Lithuania, who are the experts in creating IT systems for public sector and beyond. And they made our assessment journey more convenient by expanding Lithuanian Research Council system VVCs for this assessment. We know that in some stages, the assessment process was overwhelming, exhausting for administrators of units of assessment, for experts, even for us. But there were moments of excitement as well. And overall, we are happy with the final result we all achieved. More than 200 flights were needed for our experts to come to Lithuania and go back home. There were 85 visits to Lithuanian universities and research institutes in 4 Lithuanian cities: Vilnius, Kaunas, Klaipėda, Šiauliai. 85 expert meetings with researchers of unit of assessments, 85 meetings with research administrators at the institutions, and 85 meetings with PhD students. No one can count how many arguments, insights that were expressed during the meetings here at the Research Council of Lithuania and during the online meetings. However, in total, there were 362 scores, decisions, agreements on the final scores for quality, economic and social impact, and development. And only once the experts had to vote for their final decision. We are eager to listen for our experts in the discussion later today. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Research Council colleagues who were involved in organizing and overseeing this comparative expert assessment in recent years. The last couple of years were extremely intense. Though the main responsibility to deliver the assessment was for Research Evaluation and Data Analysis Unit, nearly all the Research Council was involved in the process. GMN, our experts, expert committees, administration. We thank you all for the support and input into the process. Separately, I would like to thank Eugenijus Stumbrys, the head of the formerly Science Policy and Assessment Unit, now Research and Higher Education Policy Analysis Unit, as the preparation for this assessment started much earlier, and Eugenijus was involved from the beginning. Now, I would like to turn your attention to a sensitive moment. Unfortunately, we can plan as much as you want, but sometimes unfortunate life events take a precedent. During the summer 2023, while preparing the final reports, we lost the contact with one of our experts, the chair of the panel for Social Sciences and Humanities and the expert of Social Sciences Panel S3, Beno Ksapo. The shocking news followed, and we found out that Beno Ksapo died in a motorcycle accident while traveling in North Macedonia. Beno Ksapo was the professor from Hungary, University of Szeged. And here I invite you to observe a minute's silence in professor's memory. Please stand for a minute of silence. Thank you. Comparative Expert Assessment 2023 left the imprint on all involved parties, no matter the role. I should say that in our minds and discussions, we are already in 2028, and the next expert assessment of R&D activities in Lithuania, thinking and sharing the ideas about the ways to improve the assessment in rapidly developing and changing environment in all sense. Our future directions are clear in the way that we want to collaborate with democratic countries to be a part of world's knowledge-generating community. Before we start planning the next cycle, I would like to invite Chief Research Policy Analyst Kristina Masevičiūtė to present briefly about Comparative Expert Assessment 2023 and the feedback we have received from the units of assessment. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristina Masevičiūtė. I'm the member of the team which has organized the Comparative Expert Assessment, and that's why my presentation will focus on the organizational aspect of this assessment. Without any further ado, I just would like to mention that the presentation will consist of two sections. Firstly, I will present the process, to remind of some of you of the process we had, and briefly comment of the results. And then in the second part of the presentation, I would like to share with you the results of the feedback survey, which was designed to the units of assessment, and they had to evaluate our organizational efforts. So we heard today that this assessment, despite its provides very valuable expert peer review-based material for policymakers on national and institutional level. It as well determines 70% of state budget funding for R&D activities of institutions for 5 upcoming years. But on operational level, the goal of this assessment was to assess Lithuanian research and higher education institutions or their parts on a 5-point scale, and 0.5 points were allowed, and 3 criteria had to be assessed. Just a small remark that you see those criteria displayed on the screen, that the first criteria, quality, has to be assessed on the research field level, and other criteria on units level. Almost 40% of units were operating in one research field, and then 60% of them were consisted of more than 2 fields. That's why we have more scores for the research quality indicator criterion. So in this assessment, 28 institutions were participating, all state universities, all state research institutes were present, and 4 non-state universities and 2 non-state research institutes were involved. In order to participate in this assessment, institutions had to form the units of assessment. These are the structures specifically formed for the assessment purposes. They had to be interrelated by common R&D activities, and usually unit of assessment corresponds to the faculty of the institution, or in some instances the whole institution itself. To minimize the artificial division of units, this time a unit was allowed to operate in more than one research area, and the size of the unit was determined by the indicator, which is controversial and raises lots of discussion, but it is under the title full-time equivalent of researchers with scientific degree. It is the sum of full-time equivalent of researchers with scientific degree plus the sum of teaching staff of universities with scientific degree divided by 3. So in simple terms, we explain that 3 professors with scientific degree compose 1 full-time equivalent of this indicator. It's a bit tricky for everyone, but yes, we have to deal with that. And in total, 85 units were formed. And we see that according to the full-time equivalent of scientific degree, the largest research area is in natural sciences, following social sciences, then technological sciences, humanities, medical and health sciences, and then the smallest is in agriculture. And taking into account the distribution of research areas, and more importantly, the number of research fields that needed to be assessed, the units were grouped into 13 groups and assigned to 13 expert panels. And the number of experts in the panel, you see those numbers, these are the panels and the numbers are the number of the experts, dependent on the research field which needed to be assessed. So we have variation from 9 till 20 experts in one panel. And so we had an obligation to select experts with who did not have joint publications and no employment relations with our units. Therefore, we had to rely on our foreign scientists because in such a small country, this is the challenge to find the people who are not related to one another. One additional expert panel is the Board of Appeal. Its function was to review and handle appeals after the results were public, and it was externally established appeal. Then the members were nominated by our social partners, social stakeholders. You see the list of institutions on the screen. And our expert panels have assessed the data that was provided for the assessment, had at least 2 joint meetings to discuss the data provided. They have visited the units and agreed on the given scores for each of the unit. And alongside, they provided justification, written justification for that score, alongside with recommendations for the unit. And the results, which are now in the form of the scores, are as follows. For the research quality criterion, more than half assessed research fields within the units of assessment were assessed as strong on national level, with limited international recognition, or slightly better, more than limited international recognition, which marks the score 3.5, and 1/3 of the research fields were assessed as strong at the international level or among top international players. Results for the impact are as follows. 68 units out of 85 were regarded as very important or exceptionally important partners in R&D outside the academic community for society and businesses. This is how our experts thought. So the scores are centered around the number 4. And in regards to development potential, 62% of the units have potential to perform very good or excellent based on their resources, infrastructure, strategy in place. And as well as I was mentioning in the beginning, not in the beginning, but that the scores should be regarded together with the written justification and argumentation provided for those scores. And all written justifications and the general of the review of each panel may be found in reports which are available at the Council's page. And you see the QR code if you would like to dive into right now. We heard that it's already third time. First time it was unofficial, and there were 2 rounds of the comparative expert assessment. And I would like to draw your attention that some improvements which have been made and changes that happened during the period in comparison to 2018 set some limitations for comparing those both rounds. So it's not very straightforward, but we need to have in mind those changes and those differences when we're comparing the results. So in the beginning, the rules for forming the units of assessment were changed. So we have in this round 85 units, and in 2018, 117 units. There were 6 panels in each of the research area in 2018, and this time we had 13 panels. As well, the scale was altered a little bit. In 2018, only the whole numbers were allowed, and this time 0.5 points were introduced into the scale, and you saw it in our graphs where those half points were present. And as well, there were some changes in institutional landscape. We had some mergers. We had 3 universities merging into Vytautas Magnus University, Šiauliai University merged with Vilnius University, and 3 institutes merged into 1 social sciences center, and which this time was 1 unit. And yes, so we see that the changes and improvements of the process in the next round probably are inevitable, and they should be considered, I think, in the light of the discussions with all the stakeholders. One of the main stakeholders, we believe, are units themselves, and in order to better understand the experience of the units, we conducted a feedback survey, and the goal was to receive feedback on the organizational aspect of this exercise. Last December, almost 90% of the units responded to the survey, which took them approximately 30 minutes to conduct, to fill in the questionnaire. And there were open-ended and closed-ended questions, and I would like to share the results with you in a minute. So the structure of the questionnaire was following the stages of comparative expert assessment. And in the beginning, we asked the units to make an overall assessment of organizational aspect of comparative expert assessment, and actually it was positive, good. It is good. Average point is 8.3 out of 10. As well, overall dissemination of information aspect was rated as well good, on reaching 8.5 points. And we understand that there are always room for improvement, so I just would like to show in more detail which stages of the exercise maybe need more discussion and improvement later on. So initial stage is forming the units and grouping the units, and as it was said, it is not for the first time we are conducting this assessment in Lithuania, so this phase, this process was evaluated very positively. Around 80% of the units agree or strongly agree that the formation of the unit was smooth, and 72% agree or strongly agree that the group of the unit of assessment was constituted rationally. Then we are going to the submission of the data. Submission of the data to the system overseas also was not done not for the first time, and therefore we expected some positive feedback, and it is. But of course, more functionalities that would ensure user-friendliness of the system are always welcome, and we noted those requests the unit has pointed out. As well, there were suggestions in open-ended questions about the content and the structure in general for this, for the data of this assessment. This issue was also raised by the experts, that they probably would like to see the data a bit differently structured, and maybe some different, more reflection would be welcomed. So I hope this will be part of the later discussions. And now the feedback about the selection of experts. This time it was the first time institutions were expected to comment on the appointed experts. The initial expert panel list was sent to the units which had to be assessed, and they could point out the reasonable doubts about a possible conflict of interest if they find that some expert, maybe they have some connections to them. So around up to 15 experts were replaced after receiving the feedback. And we see, nevertheless, that the trend shows that units did not fully support the statement that those units were sufficiently involved in the selection of experts. So maybe we need just on this aspect to focus and to see what can we do more. Another stage, this stage is awaited and very important. This is the visit to the unit. And the organizational aspect of the visits were evaluated very, very positively. However, the time dedicated to the visit received controversial feedback. Usually, the lack of time was mentioned by the units that was a problem to have better visit. But maybe 2/3 of the units agree that visits are essential part of this kind of assessment, and we should keep them, most definitely. And now I'm going to another novelty, let's say. During the preparation of the final reports for the units, the text of written justification was shown to them. They had 5 working days to provide the comments on the written text if there are any factual errors. Although the time for submission of comments was considered sufficient, but the comprehensiveness of the comments, probably at looking at the results, should be improved. So this is also what we need to think about next time. And in totally, 18 appeals were submitted out of 85 units, out of 85 possibilities. 14 units who have submitted appeal had participated in the survey. And as I was mentioning before, the appeal board was external, so the representatives were nominated by the stakeholder institutions. However, the majority of the units who have submitted the appeal, they agreed that submitting and handling appeals was clear and transparent, but that principle that we had external appeal did not necessarily was crucial for objective examination of appeals. So maybe more discussion on this are needed. And the final stage are reports themselves. And the feedback about the reports could be regarded as positive. More than half units agree or strongly agree with the justification of scores. And around 85 of the units are satisfied with the provided recommendations for them. And yes, time is running out. And after analyzing the feedback, we understand the demand for continuous communication. So we'll try to ensure that the communication about comparative expert assessment would be continuous and present on our website. As well, today's event is the start for the discussion on the enhancing and refinement of comparative expert assessment, and in general, maybe on our R&D assessment system in Lithuania. So starting from today, we will try to maintain the discussion, and that agreed and crucial aspects would be considered and be improved for the next period of evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our colleagues Daiva and Christina for wrapping up this morning's session. And now, after the short technical break, we will come back to our first panel discussion for Humanities and Social Sciences, which will be moderated by Jurgita Verbickienė, Chair of the Expert Committee of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Research Council of Lithuania. And at the same time, Jurgita is working at the Vilnius University. As I mentioned before, after the lunch, please do come back to the second expert session, moderated by Vilmantė Burutaitė, Chair of the Expert Committee of Natural and Technological Sciences Research Council of Lithuania. At the same time, Vilmantė works at the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. I would like to wish you all a very constructive discussions, and thank you for staying with us during this morning's session. Thank you. First, if you could take your seats, we will start with the first session. I would like to invite all the colleagues who are in the corridor stretching their legs and grabbing a cup of coffee to come back and join the first discussion, so that I'm sure you have a lot to say and you have a lot of insights. So let's give 20 seconds or so, we can count down, to all the colleagues to come back from the corridor, and we can start with the first session. Okay, I can see colleagues coming back. Please do come back. We're very eager to start. I think you won't mind to have lunch 10 minutes later, because we have overtaken your time as well with the first session. Right, I can see more of your colleagues coming back. Thank you very much for taking a seat and coming back after this brief technical break. Over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome you all here as colleagues and friends. Okay, I understood what happened. Yeah, as colleagues and friends who are working on the field of science and research, and we all of us care on the progress of our society and more globally. I am delighted to see the experts who have taken the time to the snowy and winter Vilnius. Also colleagues from the Humanities and Social Sciences Committee of Lithuanian Science Council, and hello to those who are watching us online. I am Jurgita Verbickienė, chair of the experts of the Committee of Humanities and Social Sciences in Lithuanian Science Council, and also professor at Vilnius University as well a historian. Today I will moderate the first discussion, and the aim of which I see as a possibility to have overview of what has happened and how it been done. I mean the international evaluation of Lithuanian science, in this case in the field of humanities and social sciences. And I try to identify the challenges and to foresee the possible perspectives and development, not limited to the Lithuanian context, but seeing the possibilities in broader international context. We will start soon, and I have only a few technical remarks to make, and I now addressing to whom who are watching us from the distance. On the YouTube channel, there is a link to the Slido app or Slido link. Please use it to ask questions and to rank them according to relevance. Just click like button and the questions will be ranked. These questions that received the best rankings I will ask in the third part of our discussion, so in the question answers session. So I hope that all who are watching us will join our discussion as well. But the discussion will consist from 3 parts. The first one, which I have already mentioned, will be an open question and answer session, which I will be open to all of us, to the watchers online and as well to you in this hall. Then we will start the discussion with introducing and opening remarks by the panelists. Just I remind and request to everyone to remember to introduce yourself and to name their affiliation and field of the expertise. For the second part of a panel discussion, I will ask the following some questions that it was prepared in the advance. In my understanding, important to a perspective and possibilities of the future challenges in the humanities and the social sciences. And then we will move to already mentioned question-answer session. And once again, I encourage you to write your questions in the Slido app. So let's start, and probably I would like to ask you, Professor.
I don't think it is. No, it is on, yes. So thank you very much. And if I maybe just start with a couple of comments on what has already been said. So I think from the perspective of the panels, we also, I think any one of us would say that the institutional visits as part of this assessment reform were absolutely essential in terms of deepening our views and perspectives. We were generally impressed by the highest performing units of assessment in H1, and after an extensive discussion about the meaning of the evaluation criteria, the panel recognized that some units were distinguished by key contributions to international academic debates, whilst all performed research at least at a satisfactory level. Similarly, we were very impressed by the overall contributions of the units of assessment to Lithuanian and indeed European culture, identity, and society. And we listed only some of the really outstanding examples we found in our report. And I just want to, and I think this is really important in relation to what's just been said by the esteemed Member of Parliament, if the funding for Lithuanian universities has gone, and for Lithuanian science has gone up, then I have absolutely no doubt that colleagues in humanities will be very well placed to respond to high expectations around impact. But it does require, I think, the research system to think a little bit more about the precise criteria around impact and how impact can be even more clearly demonstrated. And at the same time, I think for the humanities, I think you put it wonderfully, the humanities do work on what it is to be human. And that is a particularly important, as you said, that's a particularly important point as we move to an even more digital society. But that means impact cannot just be economic or even societal. This also is about identities, it is about culture. That is what we do in the humanities, and I think it needs a more refined definition of what impact is and how it can be fully credited for the kinds of subjects that we do. Provided the level of funding to humanities remains stable, and of course we have had some important news that generally funding for the sciences has increased, I think we can feel real confidence about the future development of the science system here and of the humanities in particular, noting that especially for the humanities in our panel, I feel that our discussions were entirely COARA compliant. They were truly compliant to the research assessment reform that's being undertaken in Europe, because we have focused exclusively in our discussions on quality. But this does raise a fundamental question in my mind, I think in the panel's mind, for the research system about how this relates to your annual research evaluations, which are very much about quantity. And I wonder, and we wonder as a panel, whether actually there are ways of really thinking about that balance and about that coexistence, and whether you cannot find other systems, for instance, around block funding that could, for instance, incentivize more risk-taking, for instance, when it comes to European funding applications, which do carry a huge amount of risk. Now, let me just raise a number of key observations for the next 5 years, looking forward to the next comparative expert assessment. So first of all, we've already referred to the past assessment exercises, and I think when you look at the humanities results, there is a remarkable degree of continuity. When you look at some of the top ranking scores, they are here now. They were kind of more or less there in 2018 and 2015. Also, and then there are also some remarkable evolutions over 3 assessment periods. I'm thinking of ethnology at Vytautas Magnus University. I'm thinking about history and archaeology at Klaipėda universities. So within that context of continuity and evolution, let me highlight 4 points. First of all, I would like to emphasize, just as the report of 2015 and 18 did, that internationalization in publications is about the ways in which scholars engage in and influence wider scholarly debates. So it's not about whether you are listed in Scopus or any other database. And it is not about publishing in a foreign language in and of itself. At the same time, of course, it is difficult to evidence your international reach through a Lithuanian-only language publication. So please do think about not just international publication strategies, but also ways of evidencing the academic contribution of that publication through follow-on conferences, workshops, and so forth. Second, and closely related, the substance of internationalization is not just about publications, but these are of course central. But we all make contributions to international debate in other ways. Complementary ways to evidence the international contribution of your scholarship include international workshops with follow-ups, visiting fellowships hosted in your institutions, and academics invited for fellowships abroad and what became of them. And it is important always to include your PhD students as integral to your internationalization efforts. It is one thing to list an international conference attendance in the documentation, but what really matters is what that attendance leads to. Third, I would urge you to really focus on strengthening your research culture, and this is of course also very closely related to the Coalition of Research Assessment Reform. For instance, that includes making your gender equality plans a lived reality in your institutions. It includes having active doctoral seminars and ensuring there are effective supervisory arrangements and complaints procedures for doctoral candidates in place. It includes having regular staff seminars where you discuss each other's work. And it includes regular institutionalized ways of engaging with your colleagues in other institutions in your discipline, as well as in other disciplines. There's a strong feature in our report. This is a strong feature in our report, and as I said, I think this will become more important as the research assessment reform is being implemented across Europe. And that leads me to my final point. Whilst we were aware in our visitations of Lithuania's first ever ERC Consolidator Award to Motuzaitė Matuzevičiūtė, this did not feature in our assessment because it fell outside the assessment period. But the quality that we have seen in the assessment of many units of assessment present a strong indication to me that this award can and will be followed by many awards, other awards in the humanities and of course in other domains. And so therefore I would urge you to collaborate across subjects in Vilnius but also across the country to think about best practices in doing such applications and encouraging others. This can and should not just be left to one institution. I sincerely hope that this experience will be shared across the research system and not kept to these institutions because the potential for the visibility of Lithuania's humanities is huge. And with that, I want to end the Lithuanian Research Council, but especially I want to thank all the academic colleagues that were involved in this hugely laborious exercise, but I do hope this exercise has really helped to highlight the excellence that is already there and that it is emerging in Lithuania. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivana, floor is yours. Ivana.
Hello to everyone. So after Professor Jan Pawlowski, I don't think that I can say much, but I can support. So my name is Ivana Diaz. At the time when this exercise started, I was a part of the University of Barcelona, and recently I'm a part of head of operations and EIT Culture and Creativity. It's a European institution of innovation and technology. So I'm here to encourage you very much, which was already said, that there is an era of digitalization, and especially for the humanities and social panels. So briefly, just my approach is very, first I'm very thankful that I'm here again. My approach today is that you feel comfortable and there is a transparent conversation about all the questions you have, because I have been in your place, and acting as a panel chair is a very big responsibility. Quickly to describe why there were two panels of humanities, panel H1, H2, is due to the diversity. So there was a very complex, let's say, elaborative work, and this panel H2 was combined by different aspects. I have to read honestly because there were a lot. So from the statistical aspect that you see here, 12 experts were included from 9 different European countries, areas, and their specialization were history and theory of arts, philosophy, philology, history and archaeology, ethnology and education research field, and theology. And considering these research fields, the Research Council of Lithuania has appointed this expert panel. I would like to give you this and to reassure you that all of this process, because we were really genuinely very well prepared from the Research Council of Lithuania, and I really want to thank the colleagues, Daiva and Kristina, that did really an excellent job. And to reassure you that the process was transparent, we were very prepared. Individual reports, that should give you just a bigger idea. I will try to be brief in the 9 minutes. The individual reports were done in March, so we were not communicating with each other. They were transparent. There were none of negotiations, and these individual reports were done, especially among the documentation all the unit of assessments have sent. So black on white paper, we assessed it, and then we came here in March for the field work. So why I'm emphasizing this, because the field work is extremely important. It is fine when you prepare in the paper all of your results. We were seeing well statistics, the doctoral programs, and etc., but the field work is crucial. And I would like to emphasize this and to give you this opportunity. We will later see the question how to prepare better in the next 5 years. In the field work, you see some, let's say, gaps, and the experts, we prepared very well and had meetings, and the ones which were very sincere and speaking to us were the doctoral students. So your doctoral students are the ones, I hope some of you are watching us right now. These are the, let's say, the part that they're going to invoke and represent exactly what is going on in your institution. So I'm not saying to train them, that we saw, that is bad, that don't do that, but let's be less selective and do a lot improvement in the programs and to expand more the soft skills. We saw some of these possibilities. So you have everything online. I don't want to speak now which institutions I mean listed. We have one state research institution in the H2 panel, one state university, and all of them are listed here, you can see, so I don't want to lose your time. And there were some very well prepared institutions. Some of them are going holistic aspects. Let's say improvements to internationalization, but I want to support Professor Jan Pawlowski, that's what he said. Let's go for and I'm coming from your background, I'm from the humanities, I know that it's hard, but let's go for more internationalization. Try like an exercise, I know that dependencies of the fundings is from here, but more that you get outside possible funds is better. Soft skilling, I don't know how many of your institutes are very proactive to put your experts in the EU funding portal, meaning that they see how the expert evaluation is done. I'm already working, this is a small but important detail. For already 6 years now, I'm working as a consultant for European Commission, as Vice Chair for Research Executive Agency, for EASA. So I saw that other aspect as a former researcher, academic, and how to evaluate the projects. Try to see this bigger picture and aspect. I know you're working very much with your neighborhood countries. That is great, but let's try to expand social sciences and humanities, and do believe it. It's very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and we can discuss that later on. I'm not saying go pursue innovation and technology. Many questions is going to be how I can make a social economical impact. Yes, there is a possibility. If you like, try at least to constitute a program and communicate with each other. Don't look yourself as big competitors. I know this is not only the funding research possibility. Don't look yourself as competitors, but try even to work together between institutions. That will be also a great possibility. So this is from my side. The statistics speaks by themselves. Ethnology was really a good win, and philosophy in my panel. History of art, and we were impressed by the LMTA, by the music theater, so very small institution did a very great job. So it doesn't mean your capacity, or, but like it was said here before, let's go in the future. I think one of the ministries, presented to the ministry, said, let's step in the future and let's see how we can improve. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nico, now.
Good morning. My name is Nieke Groenendijk. I am originally from the Netherlands, but I moved to Norway a couple of years ago and now work at Inland University in Lillehammer. Most of you know Lillehammer from the Netflix series. It was minus 25 yesterday, so I feel at home. First of all, thank you, Daiva and Christina, for inviting us today. Generally, thank you for organizing the assessment in a very competent way. I had the pleasure to be part of the panel in 2018 as well, and I will try to reflect a bit on that. It's not easy because I don't have that many cases, N is 8, so to speak, so I cannot really make a lot of proper inferences, but I will try to make a bit of a comparison. And what I can see, first of all, is that when I look at R&D quality and the scores that were given in the panel that I chaired this time, the scores were higher than last time. Approximately half a point. Now you can think that that may be due to the fact that we can now score half points, last time whole points. But I think if we look at the material that was provided, the site visits, I think it is true that there has been progress overall in the R&D quality. I think it's also fair to say that if you compare this assessment with other assessments that are done internationally that use more or less the same standards, and if you look at the outcome now, scores ranging from very decent to very good, that at least from my perspective, from what I've seen, the level of R&D quality is on par with a lot of other European countries. That also means that some of the points of criticism that I may mention are not specifically for Lithuania. They apply to a lot of other countries as well. What we found is that there are a couple of units that are very close to becoming an international player. And what we see is that very often this is sort of triggered by the activities of a couple of individuals. And I would say that the most important thing for the next period is to make sure that excellence, being very good in what you do, is not limited to a few individuals, but to have many individuals in your research group that are excellent. If you look at impact, not on the slide, but I think it's important to mention, then the scores are higher than for R&D quality. My panel was impressed with a lot of examples that were given of outreach of academics to society, mainly on the national and regional level, but very good examples of outreach, especially if you take into consideration that a large part of the assessment period was the pandemic, which made outreach very difficult. Still, it's also fair to say that outreach is limited in the sense that it is national and regional rather than international. And specifically for the type of research fields that we looked at, law and political science, you can see that the link with the business sector is not really there. It's mainly a link with society at large and with public sector authorities. A bit more on R&D quality. In the report, we paid a lot of attention to publication strategies. What we see is that in a lot of units there are all kinds of arrangements in place that give financial incentives to international publications, but basically you get incentives for any international publication. And one of the recommendations that we made in the report is to be more selective. Do not just say, well, the journal is in Scopus, because there is so much in Scopus. Scopus is not enough. You have to use your own assessment and your own expertise to go for the journals that really matter. And I'm not talking about, the level A+ right away, but we all know that it is possible to publish internationally in English in journals that are not really read. So that's one thing, and that is also a thing that is recurrent. If you look at reports earlier, if you look at the report from 2018, there was a lot of criticism on the use of, for example, in-house journals, in-house publishers. Another thing that we mentioned in the report is the fact that there is some sort of fragmentation in the Lithuanian academic community, in the sense that you have relatively small groups, and that these groups try to do everything in their field. So one of the recommendations is also to give a bit more thought to research priorities and to getting critical mass in certain areas. And that brings me to the final remark, which is linked to strategy. I think it was also mentioned by Christina. I think that the main point of improvement for the next time would be to have more reflection on strategy in the whole process. Because now you as units are forced to provide a lot of data, and then at the end there is the question if you can provide a SWOT analysis and maybe send in a strategic plan. I think it would be a good idea to sort of turn that around and start with the strategy and use the data to underpin that. That's also what I am more familiar with in terms of research assessment, but also educational assessment and accreditation procedures, that the units of assessment come up with a self-assessment report that forms the basis for the external experts to base their work on. So that would be one of the major recommendations from my panel.
Very good morning to you all. So my name is Shomadip Sarkar. I'm from the University of Évora, Portugal, where the sun is shining. I'm also a fellow at Harvard, and I'm the president of the Science and Technology Park of the region, which means that I'm also involved and heavily invested in impact of research. So I'm trying to create an ecosystem in my country. The 10 minutes I have, I've organized the following way. First are some general comments about this whole process, then specifically on this panel S2, and the third is, again, some recommendations if there's time for that. So first, the whole process and the evaluation. I do other evaluations as well. So overall, I found this a very well set up system. Now, it may seem obvious to you, but not to those who do in other countries or other systems. So the way the research was organized into three different, the actual research, the research impact, and the research potential, and the weights that were given, we can always tinker with that, but I thought this was a very fair way to do it. So that's something very important, and I hope that this is not altered too much. Second, about the evaluation itself. If you ask anybody, any researcher, your colleagues, yourself, everybody is excellent. It's very rare that somebody says that I'm not a very good researcher. Or if I'm not a very good researcher, there's always many reasons not to be good researchers, okay? And all perfectly acceptable reasons. So it's a tricky job, and we are not here to make friends. This is not our job. We are here to do a rigorous and a fair evaluation system. Again, it may seem obvious, but it's not always easy. When I say fair, I mean fair across in many ways. So now I go back to our panel. S2 was a very heterogeneous panel. In terms of the size, there were small units, and there were large units. There were units which had economics and management, and there were units which also had law, which had communication. And then we had to worry about justice across these fields within S2. So some colleague can say that, well, in my field, some expert, we evaluate it this way, which may not be true in other fields. So this was mostly my job to make sure that there is equity across these three research fields. And then we had this constant issue of what is research? Now, luckily, in our panel, S2, we have management economics, which has a fairly long history of evaluations, particularly management. Any management school has to be internationally evaluated. So we have more or less metrics. I was very happy to see is that what is research? That big debate, if it's metrics, we use impact factor or Scopus, that seems to have been overcome. To a large part, it was widely accepted by the units that what is research. And again, that may not be obvious, but there are always this debate. So we have gone from 1.0, which is, research 1.0 is, we do not have to be measured, research does not need metrics, and so on and so forth, to 2.0, which is metrics. However, there's a third, which is 3.0, which is more balanced metrics. And this is what we try to do. And and again, we did not have to reinvent the wheel. Like I said, there's a long history in this field of evaluation. We use mostly what is called ABS, or ASG guide. And that follows very closely Stanford's evaluation system for assessment of research. So that's widely considered to be the best way, which is metrics, but you also use top-tier ways of assessing what is research. So this is what we did. And what we found is that, again, the research outcome was very different. Some research, some UOAs, unit of assessments, had really top-class research. Having said that, I don't know if we have time for recommendations, but one of the recommendations I would make has to do with the number of papers that are submitted. Now, it's a proportion of the FTEs standardized. Now, that is very tricky because you can have a very skewed distribution. You can have 70 researchers, and only you need to have, let's say, 11 papers submitted, and in 5 years. So it's very easy, and it should be all the papers should be of the top journals, okay? And unfortunately, that was always not the case. So I would recommend, and this can also be gaming is a word we use, which you can make sure that all the papers which are in the submission are all very good, but after that they are not very good. But we are not asked to evaluate, nor should we evaluate according to our criteria, anything beyond what is submitted. So that can be gamed, which means that there has to be some mix where we are given the journal lists, the journal publications, and also given individual productivity. It makes our life easier if we have only 10 papers to evaluate. But to be fair, we need to have an overview of all researchers. Let's say the top 3 papers of each researcher in the last 5 years, because 5 years is a very big time. And what is recommended is 2 or 3 top journals, or at least in these 5 years for any researcher. So this is one of the recommendations I would make. And very happily, we found 1 or 2 UAEs, in our opinion, and which is reflected in the evaluation, they were indeed top world-class. At least one is definitely world-class. But if I go into further details, the truth may not be exactly as it appears, or at least there's room for improvement because it's a very skewed distribution, which means there's very good top researchers and there's a lot of things which are not top. But what we are seeing is only that vertical segment, so we have to be careful. So the other thing, and that has been mentioned before, has to do with internationalization. And that is an analysis I did. What I found very interestingly is that the most productive research units are the ones which are the most internationalized. And the internationalization has to do with different dimensions. It has to do with not just international PhD students, it had to do with international research collaborations. So it was very clear that the top units had researchers who were collaborating with other top researchers, and not necessarily across the border. Okay, sometimes the word international may imply that it's just across the border. No, international is truly international, which can involve China and the US and Canada and so on. So that's a correlation I found very. So perhaps in terms of incentives, maybe index incentives to internationalization, which has different dimensions. Another dimension I would like to recommend, and we saw in some cases, the best units are also the ones who invited, and previous speaker mentioned that, expert mentioned that, had international researchers who would come in and give seminars. So that sort of collaboration has to be given. In a couple of months, I'll be going to China to evaluate one of the best universities. And in a few years, they just did a huge jump. And I'm talking about the top 20 universities in the world, okay? And one of the ways they did it is that they had a very clear strategy, where we want to go and how we want to put our resources into that. And one part of the strategy had to do with getting international scholars involved in their research efforts. So that's another recommendation I make, but there's also a finding that we found that in our S2 panel, we found that that's to be true. I still have some time, right? 3 minutes, okay. Another is the awards. There's a very strong correlation between, which is funny because in the reports, the awards is part of our, so the units which were not very good, they all had very local rewards. Somebody was a member of parliament, which is very important, but in terms of research, that's not really a reward. So, and the ones which had really awards, which are very, very, really top class, they were also the top unit. So that's a very strong correlation. And finally, the projects itself. It's important to look beyond local projects because many, the most ambitious units, they were the ones which had EU projects, which had Horizon projects, and the ones which were less productive research-wise, they tended to have very local projects. PhD students, we found that some PhD students had their thesis in English. Again, there was a very strong correlation. We can debate about the importance of that, local language versus English. But in terms of research-wise, again, there's a very strong correlation between PhD students who did the research in English versus PhD students who did research in the local, in Lithuanian language. It has its merits, but in terms of the research, there were clearly a stronger correlation with those that did in English. It also appears that this Research Council, we found it very, unfortunately, we would have liked to see the thesis to be more in the format of papers, but some of the very good students, they said that they don't do it because the way the incentives are, the papers have to be already published, I believe. So that is not the world's best practice, including, for example, if you go to MIT and other places, it's good enough to be published rather than published itself, because as in some fields, in management, economics, it may take a couple of years to publish papers. So my recommendation would be, it should be in the format of papers, but not necessarily already published papers, because a big disincentive to think in terms of research papers, but rather in the very classical thesis format. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I am not Professor Wojciech Sowa. So, but so it's Professor Wojciech is together with us, but he lost a voice. So that I will make a presentation instead of a professor, but I hope that he can participate in our discussion. Professor Wojciech Sowa is from Lithuanian University in Krakow, from Institute of Classical Philology. And he is professor of Ancient Greek and Indo-European linguistic. And what as well is important to mention that professor is chair of HERA network. So the professor's opinion on the evaluation and main aspects. So I start to read. In the case of the social humanities panel, we deal with rather difficult task or assessing the institutions performing research in both domains. It means the humanities and the social sciences. Therefore, we had to harmonize sometimes completely different acceptations towards the concept of the excellence in research. It means the excellent research in the field of psychology and philology will be conceptualized in the different ways. On the other hand, we had to acknowledge also existing difference in notion that what constitutes the research outcomes in different fields and the publications pattern and possibilities in various domains. The assess 4 institutions, all of which were smaller than the bigger players, and the singular fields, they are also quite small. In the task, they are supported by altogether 20 experts from the 9 countries, Czech Republic, Finland, Hungary, the Netherlands, and etc. And the panel was well balanced in the terms of gender and the geographical spread, so we cannot argue that the one of or the other tradition expectations dominated in the panel discussions. The outcomes of these research assessment yields, but what was to expect? Some fields are performing better than others. Within one institution, but with one co-ed, not all institutions performing the research run the study programs in exact same field, therefore it may be difficult to compare the results between them. Even if they are dealing with the smaller institutions, the results are relatively very similar to the other cases, not exclusively Lithuanian. If you compare across the entire social humanities science domain, the social sciences see performed better or achieve better measurable results. It means the higher results of philology, the humanities are slightly below on the scale. However, if one compares the potential for impact or various forms of impact, the humanities in the many cases perform better. Generally speaking, various activities towards impact, knowledge exchange, outreach, public engagement, their advantage, documented and well presented. The particular difficulty in the process was the evaluation of a development plan. In all cases, we found that the institutions had good or even very good development potential. It seems, however, that the singular institution being aware of the strengths, they are slightly losing sight of some very small fields instead of trying to integrate also these particular domains into broader strategy. This is cause very hard from the managerial point of view and the dilemma of investigating, supporting, of demanding the results publications, since they are connected to the budgetary plans, is rather difficult. All units performed research that was at least of satisfactory level, the majority being of good, some of very good level. As expected in the comparable assessment, some fields were already strong internationally with high-level research that was internationally recognized, while others had not yet achieved the same level of international visibility. Some of the facilities were very impressive. In some cases, the quality of library collection was clearly an enormous issue, and the accessibility of international databases and collections became crucial in that times of various crises. There was a disproportion between international visibility of the results, publications, between individual fields with the same institutions. It certainly could be leveled by clever strategy of a systematic institutional support, helping researchers to find a proper and clear publication strategy. There are the different concepts how to support and work with PhD students, including the ways of integrating them into research performed at the institutions. Slightly similar problem occurred then the level of integration of the employees was concerned. The contacts there relying on rather information discussions. There is still much fragmentation as far as certain domains are concerned. There are no attempts undertaken to enter into meaningful partnerships and cooperations. This is still a lot to do with units as far as the interdisciplinary is concerned. In others, in order to raise own profile and to attempt to attract European money, there should be some mechanism introduced to promote such research, which is per se much more difficult to perform, and the chances to publish successful interdisciplinary research are lower than monodisciplinary. There is much potential to influence the science policy level. In some cases, the members of the institutions have their own needs of cooperation. They are members of various committees, but the active involvement into the development instruments of science policy is not always straightforward. One more observation, therefore going into discussion of criteria and etc. The dissemination of the research results and the knowledge exchange, outreach, communication activities are two different spheres requiring completely different channels and means of communication. In the former case of a present the scientific results to the audience, which shares more or less the same level of competence peers in the later, one shows the results of a wider audience, which in many cases lack the pure scientific competence. Therefore, one needs to develop a special way to target such groups and translate the poor scientific descriptions into more accessible, understandable language. Keeping this in mind, even if the topic of scientific article are within the broader interest of various groups of a Lithuanian society as the possible end user of the results, there is a general conflict between the scientific purpose of a publication and the possibility to be understood outside the field. In the scientific institutions in Lithuania, indeed to become the part of international scientific discussions, we should strive to publish more in the mainstream outlets. Thank you. And now we switch to one of the presenters online, and I would like introduce Andrea Karpati. Dear Andrea, are you with us? Oh, great. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm happy not to be able to present in real life, but I hope that some of the remarks may be found useful, even through the internet. First, and perhaps most important remark about the slide, that small is beautiful. Smaller institutions often produce amazing publication results while teaching non-stop. Small staff, a lot of teaching load, and still, in their region, an important catalyst of intellectual existence. These institutions that we visited were performing extremely well. Some of them, however, were or are being integrated into big institutions hours away from their localities. I suggest to seriously consider the human aspects of integration, not just the logical benefits of having a big university that can compete internationally more successfully than a medium-sized one. But integration is not always beneficial as it avoids, increases performance deficits due to the lack of motivation to work with strangers and travel long hours. Nobody mentioned this, so I thought I would start with this. In the next assessment period, I would be looking out for successful mergers. I'm sure there will be, but I'm interested if there will be. Second remark, local embeddedness was the highlight of many of the universities we visited. Coming from a small country with an impossible language that nobody understands, I find that local embeddedness is very important for community outreach, science communication, making research and research perspectives, for example, for women and girls. An important highlight that the universities can furnish. I loved the children's labs, science labs that we were presented. And of course, local projects that you win or regional ones will not give you the international highlight. Still, they are absolutely important. And now to the normal measurements of scientific excellence. Importance of teaching and research, both, should be present in the assessment, in the next national assessment, in a more equal measure. And what is the evidence of good teaching? Alumni, for example, famous, successful alumni all around the world, even those who left the country. If you were successful as a teacher, you can weave a network around your university from the alumni who may support you in many ways and shine for you, shine back to the mother institution. So we heard very little about teaching, I think, teaching excellence. However, this is also an important aspect of the assessment of university, although not so easily quantifiable as publications. Here with publications, we detected two dangers. It is difficult to publish if you do not come to the right conferences. Right conferences are those that belong to substantial big international organizations of your field or your topic more narrowly. Organizations that have Q1, Q2 journals, established long-standing publication organs. And if you participate in the right conferences, you get to be known by editors and reviewers. Of course, the publishing output of the institutions that we reviewed was outstanding, I think. When I hear my colleagues talking about even more high-level publications, I'm editorial board member in 3 so-called high-level publications, D1 and Q1. But they are few and far between. And there are areas of science that they are practically impossible to get into. So the quality of the publications should be considered, not the quantity. We actually opened these papers, we looked at the papers for content, for relevance, for quotation, citations. And we found that maybe an institutional outlet produces less numerous publications, but they are more profound. Of course, we did not only consider those that were listed for the last, I don't know how many years, but there are repositories where you can quite easily reveal the publicational output of the institution for a longer period of time. Mother tongue, developing your mother tongue, coming from Hungary. Okay, this is a Finno-Ugric language, and we live among Slav language countries mostly, and German. I find it very important. Simply, if you don't develop the professional language of your mother tongue, nobody will. And young people will not be able to communicate their science to our local audience. So I really appreciate your efforts developing your mother tongue through Lithuanian language publications. However, of course, the value is, the emphasis has to be on the international publishing output, as that makes your institution, your research group, yourself, be embedded in the international research community. Okay, another danger with publishing is the predatory journals. Predatory, that's the correct pronunciation. Predatory journals. Their list is growing, and these lists are for publishers, which is a tragedy because publishers have all kinds of journals. The MBP, for example, it has the best communication journal, I think, internationally. It's Q1, but it's read by a huge audience, and now it's finished. I'm editing a special issue that will not be recognized by my university because from 2024, the Journal of Communication is predatory. So we cannot help it. This is the system. This is the evaluation system. They do not single out and evaluate journals. They target publishers. Be aware, because we detected very good papers that were published in predatory journals, regrettably. And that's why their academic acclaim will not be as high as they should be. Site visits. Well, this I fully agree with my colleagues who emphasize the importance. What I did not appreciate was the rush. Quickly, finish it. Go through to a laboratory, look at a laboratory that is not very peculiar. It's just like the others. I've seen the people are the key. So less infrastructure and more people involvement, more face-to-face time to feel the spaces, to have a grasp on the meta-communicative aspect of the institution visited, to have some background information, to supplement and extend the written reports. Regrettably, some site visits, we lost time with presentations that repeated what we have already read, discussed, evaluated. We spent hours and hours and hours with the written reports, and there is the presentation highlighting the achievements again. Of course, you see, I'm also evaluated, and I know for sure I wouldn't start with telling my stupidities and failures. But at least let us hear about the challenges, not the weaknesses, the challenges that you're facing. The presentations should extend the reports. you should speak about the threats that you indicated briefly in your SWOT analysis, but it would have been wonderful to hear more about it, to compare our situation and to offer you perhaps some suggestions as peer-to-peer, because this visit is a peer review and not strangers rushing into your institution, dashing through, saying goodbye, and then writing something that you have to correct at length. No, it's about understanding each other. The European knowledge space is about this. Relaxed, mindful, in-depth understanding each other's challenges and, of course, each other's results, nice results. Internationalization. Here we could see wonderful examples and not so wonderful examples. You have to consider the cost effectiveness of the involvement of foreign experts. Are they worth the money you spend on them? The reason I'm saying this because in the reports we found very few remarks on the benefits of having an international staff. Of course, my institution, Corvinus University of Budapest, where I teach at the communication and media part, we have lots of foreign colleagues, and basically I'm teaching in English, 25 countries, students from everywhere, practically. Still, and I'm having international colleagues as well. The question here is, how real are their contributions? How real? Do they do anything? Do they contribute? The reason I'm asking is because we could see wonderful examples. For example, a world-famous Finnish expert who is a master, a good teacher, really, serving as a catalyst for an impressive advancement in publishing output and in research. And we could see, actually, I was facing a huge screen where an expert from, I don't know where, I don't want to name the country, from a distant country, typing away busily, doing his or her own work diligently, all during our 1.5 hour sitting there. She did not look up. She did not ask us questions. She did, or he did not involve us during the entire meeting. So I'm sure he is a wonderful expert. But why on earth was she involved, or he involved in our encounter? It was a bad example of involvement, really. So internationalization, as I see it, is manifest. The best indicator is internationally acclaimed high-level research proposals. You manifested many of them. You have networks. When a Horizon project is accepted, that is the proof that you are internationally embedded. And you may or may not have so many foreign lecturers for your students, but you have a Horizon or other European research project on site, then your students will be involved in one way or another. They will go to your conferences presenting international experts in-house. Students can contact them. And your network will hopefully be presented to your doctoral students. So I actually value your Horizon projects more than the international experts' names that we were given. Okay, so doctoral students, finishing my remarks. Doctoral students and young scholars, it was great to meet them. You are wonderful, wonderful young researchers. And apparently, they love to come to you for good guidance. In their life, teaching and research has to be brought in harmony. they didn't have to say anything. When we looked at some of them, their faces showing utter exhaustion, we could see that harmony is not present. Perhaps this person is overworked, not by you. Maybe he or she has to work because of paying tuition. Anyway, you should take care of the human aspect of PhD studies. What you do very well is doctoral training, apparently, because we did meet amazing colleagues whom we hope to meet at the next assessment as as already contributing middle-aged wonderful staff members. And last, it was an impeccably organized assessment effort. All the phases were wonderful. We had all the information we wanted. We were ushered everywhere where we had to go. Just a bit more time at the venues, just a bit less laboratory and more human face exposure. And then it will be a world-class effort in academic assessment. Thank you.
Andrea, for your comments. And we're a little bit out of time, so I would like to ask my colleagues from the Humanity and Social Sciences Experts Committee as well to share opinion and to present with some options.
Okay. So thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me because we have some echo sitting here, so it's not quite clear whether everyone can hear. Okay, so I understand that after 6 presentations, it's very little what to add. I will give some reflections on the reports and the lessons we can learn from these reports, which I think were very valuable and very insightful. And there are 3 questions I would like to address. And I will start with a question which I think we did not talk about, or we could. It's how much does it cost to make such a comparative assessment, and is it worth it? When we speak about costs, we have to include the costs of expert time, we have to include the costs of institutions preparing reports, we have to include the costs of organizing all these processes. And so I think what we really have to address, is it worth it, this exercise? And of course, the answer to this depends on what are our goals. I understand that policymakers sometimes expect that this comparative assessment will give objective information for the budget allocations. But to my mind, what is really important is whether this assessment changes the behavior of institutions, that is, works as a policy instrument, which refocus the behavior from kind of nudges institutions instead of focusing on quantity of output, to focus on quality, to focus on social and economic impact. And so I don't know what the chairpersons of expert panels will say, but from the reports I have an impression that this behavior has changed and that the results are indeed improving. So the general answer would be that yes, this exercise is worth it. Maybe there is still a lot of room for improvement, but generally speaking, that's the instrument to be kept. Another thing is that comparing the experiences of 2018 and 2023, I remember that 5 years ago there was a concern about how one of the criteria is interpreted and applied. We have this criteria called economic and social impact, and the general feeling was that maybe there is too much emphasis on economic side, on measuring social impact in economic terms. I have to say that again, we can see that this has changed. This concern does not seem to be relevant any longer. There is a very broad understanding of what a social impact could be, but we also, this is something to be discussed further. So as the chairperson of parliamentary committee said, and as some of the experts said as well, we should also think about the criteria which would measure the transfer of the competencies, maybe some teaching activities. I know that we tend to separate it, but this is something to be addressed as well. So in other words, what we learned is that perhaps we should also think about this criteria of economic and social impact in an even broader way than we did so far. And my final remark, because I'm trying to be really brief here, is about the sustainability of the improvement and achievement. Because yes, we can think that there was improvement in the output. The question is how sustainable it is. As I understand from the experts as well, that there is some concerns that maybe there is some lack of balance in duties and workloads. Maybe there is some limitations in like strategies of recruitment and internationalization, etc. So in current assessment, we have this criteria of the development potential. But again, I think that one lesson learned from the reports and from this assessment is that maybe and even more information and better information should be given to be able to really assess this development potential and sustainability. And I find the suggestion and recommendation maybe to change the structure of report to give more space to like this narrative part, whereas more self-assessment and strategy, etc., is also very suggestive. So generally speaking, again, I'm talking also on behalf of academic community, of my colleagues who were on that part of those who were assessed. I would like to thank experts. I think we learned really a lot. And your recommendations are very helpful, so just reading them gives a lot of inspiration what to do next. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Liutauras Kraniauskas. I'm from Klaipėda University. For me, it's happened to meet experts 3 times, in 2014, in 2018, and this year, and last year. And actually, those moments were not of happiness, I would say. Actually, it was very strange situation. Usually you expected arriving of peers who will ask about quality, what are you doing, what kind of topics are you researching, how you are constructing your arguments, but usually those questions were absent. And it was really very strange that peers who were coming and we were expecting peers to come, usually, how to say, took position of administrative power. And I would say that a lot of people and a lot of scholars with whom I talk, how they were experienced those meetings, they had a lot of interesting words. For example, ambivalence, strain, neurotic, entertaining sometimes, because you have to perform for those experts to show how good you are, or sometimes you're not so good. You have to perform that you are working in huge groups, but those groups are usually just strangers whom you are meeting for the first time, etc. Sometimes when I look at those exercises, I feel that we are missing the point of evaluation, because we are trapped in a very strange condition. From my point of view, that we are still working with the models or schemes which were designed to measure organization of scholarship communities in 90s. And this is the huge tragedy for us, because we are already working with those schemes when universities are going to be neoliberal. Usually, when we are trying to measure what is your excellence of research, you are trying to imagine, you are imagining communities of scholars. those who have topics, those who have programs, but usually we are now working in more neoliberal university, which is more attractive to get more funding, external funding, and nobody cares what kind of topic are you producing. And that is a really huge tragedy. From my point of view, I think that the changes last year evaluation and 2018 were really huge. First of all, in 2018, there were really huge confrontation between academic community and Ministry of Education. It was really huge, the process was politicized, and a lot of academics were not supportive. They were trying, to boycott this evaluation because they saw no sense how those evaluations will change. Of course, another issue was that last year the evaluation process was organized more professionally, and I'm really very thankful for panel, because panels were constructed in more rational way than the last way. And of course, maybe the last point, just to say that I don't trust in this evaluation. I just, trying to be more sincere. I don't trust in this evaluation because it's trying to get different fragments. It generates a lot of data which is not manageable for experts. And usually what experts are trying to do, they are trying to find rational way how to manage this huge data, and usually they stick to recommendations which can produce any administrator, any person who is involved in academia. Go international, get more funding, go for bigger projects, attract more younger people, etc. But those recommendations are just, words in the ear, and sometimes they are really hard to be implemented. Another point, the last maybe what I would like to say, that the construction of units of assessments, it's absolutely tragic. It's absolutely tragic because we are getting into the context of incommensurability. It means they are trying to measure and to compare absolutely uncomparable units. So those are challenges which we have to meet, which we have to do. And I would say that the idea, the concept of benchmarking is really good, but how it is performed, it is another question. So it means we have a value, but how we are constructing this value, so it depends on us, and we have a lot of expectations from our peers, and I would like to call everybody peer. But for example, if peer is coming for you to meet your institution and you have just 2 minutes to talk, so it means he's not a peer, he's just an agent of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Liutauras. And now we finally switch to our discussion part. And if you allowed, I a little bit mix our plans and try to connect the questions in Slido program together with my questions. And then I leave a little bit time to the audience in this hall to ask questions. All of the experts talk about the criteria. And all of you mentioned 3 criteria that is mostly important, and of course it was the basics of the evaluation. The first one, as all of us very well know, so it's internationality, then the socio-economical impact, and third criteria was the perspective of, in our words, it is the perspective of the development of or the future. What would be your opinion as how these 3 criteria cover totality or generosity of a science evaluation, and how they correspond to the situation in the society, in the social and humanities, social science and the humanities, and probably do you need some, as experts, sub-criteria that is more specific and allow to us to talk about the deeper evaluation of the science level? And as well, in the context of a criteria, I would like to join 2 questions from the anonymous asker. that is best ranking in the Slido, and it's exactly about the criteria, and it's exactly connected to the question, but go more deeply to the Lithuanian specifics. The first question is, should the assessment also focus on researchers' pay? Probably it should be salaries, and working conditions, not just project fundings, or get better picture of development potential. And I assume that is the second question from the same person. How to deal with contradictions when experts' comments emphasize needs for interdisciplinarity while Lithuanian science evaluation is based on scientific fields. So that is really very good two questions. One about the working conditions, that it's all of us, we know that it's really very sensitive in Lithuania, that the government make a big steps to improve position of the scholars, but still we are not in the same position, of course, like in our states or our universities. And another question, I repeat because I know that it's echo and it's difficult to hear. So it is about the interdisciplinarity, how to evaluate interdisciplinarity when the process of evaluation goes by the research fields. Yeah, so who is the first? Ivana, are you ready? Yeah, thank you.
Well, I will take it. So if I understood correctly, the first question was like about the sub-criteria. Yeah. So I'm going to talk only from my opinion from the H2 panel. I cannot talk in name of my colleagues. It should be a little bit more extended. Coming from the humanities, it's very difficult, the definition of the social economical impact. We have seen difficulties understanding the economical impact. Some of the answers, I'm talking about the documents and on the fieldwork, we don't have any economical impact. Well, that is a little bit, I will be harsh here. I want to say false, but let's try to broaden our perspectives. Besides small institutions, small group, still not established well, there can be an economical impact if you start from local, regional municipalities. So this is what I saw a little bit of difficulties to expand the sub-criteria. It could be good, a little bit better definition of this, I'm talking about the humanities, H2 panel. A little bit better definition of what exactly the economical impact can be thrusted, and maybe this, there is the combination of the third, the sustainability, and I will even say that internationalization, how the sustainability of any international aims, vision can be involved in this sub-criteria. So let's expand them a little bit. The second question I didn't quite understand about the impossibilities of interdisciplinarity.
Yeah, to evaluate interdisciplinarity when the evaluation goes via research fields.
Well, this is I will have a spin-off here. I understood it then correctly. You have to rearrange your perspective. The interdisciplinarity is there. It should not be only in the scientific field. Don't catch yourself in this little small scientific bubble. And interdisciplinarity, I'm not saying forcing, but let's try first internally to discuss what is for you interdisciplinarity, and then our colleague said here correctly, a small SWOT analysis, because there is a possibility of it. It's not only connecting scientific world, it's not only publication, presentations. This is a little bit of a, let's say, old way of representing the scientific field. Interdisciplinarity is there, but start from yourself, from your institution, from your small groups. Talk with your chief officers. Let's see what we can go from there. Lithuania is not an example per se, not because it's small. I come from a small country. I'm originally from Croatia, also born in Yugoslavia, so I passed all of those stages. And it's not about the narrowness of the country, but of the other possibilities and a good PR. I would say good promotion, if you want it.
Yeah. Alex? Colleagues, more opinions?
Yeah, first of all, about the criteria, I think that it would not make sense to come up with sub-criteria. First of all, I think you run the risk that you then end up in a ticking the boxes exercise. And secondly, because I really think it's important to allow the panel to have a sort of an integrated view on especially research quality. I agree with you that the impact criterion has to be made clearer. It's a tricky one. It's also tricky for us when we write proposals, because then we have to talk about the perceived impact of your research proposal. You know, it's in very general terms, the idea that your research makes a difference for people outside of your bubble, but that's a very general thing to say. The development potential, I think in my panel, we have sort of interpreted that as the level of strategic awareness. We talked about all kinds of challenges. You mentioned that also, all kinds of challenges that are there that could also have an impact on the sustainability of results. It's important that units are aware of these challenges and that they have analyzed that and have come up with a strategy to tackle that. And there we can see big differences between units. I think generally this has improved. I think if we look at 2018, there were a lot of units that in their analysis of the challenges pointed at external factors. The government is not doing enough, we don't have enough money, and you know, that kind of thing. And I think now it has also included internal factors. What can we do and what can we change?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to respond to a couple of points that were made. I mean, first to Lyutaros and Inga's points, I think you raised some really important, in fact, existential points for us that I think shouldn't go unresponded in a sense. And so first of all, I was the only one I think who didn't introduce myself, and I think I should because I'm listed in a slightly ambivalent way in the program. So I am at the Guild of European Research Intensive Universities, but I'm here as a professor at the University of Warwick. And I also have an adjunct professorship at the University of Oslo. And I totally understand this question of, is it worth it? Is it really that great, the results? Because, and I don't think any assessment in any part of the world is foolproof or perfect. I just don't think it is. You can find problems with any assessment. So the question to my mind is not, is this good or bad? It's just, what is the best that you can do in your circumstances in terms of where you are? And what we find in higher education systems the world over, and certainly in Europe, is that as government funding has increased, and we've just heard it has increased significantly, policymakers expect more evidence about the value of their investment. That is just something we have to accept. I think we have to accept as academics that this money simply doesn't come for free. And if that's the case, again, we need to ask ourselves, what is the system that gives policymakers the biggest confidence, that, not just about the investment that they're making now, but also the investment they will and must make in the future? And if that's the question, I have to say that the Lithuanian system is remarkable by relying exclusively on foreign experts. I think this is really quite astonishing. I can't really think of any other example in Europe that does that. Very often it's a mixed system, half national, half international, or whatever. In the UK, we use almost entirely national experts to attest ourselves the international excellence of our work, for instance. So, and so we can really talk, we can go into much greater detail. I don't think we can do that here now, but I'm very happy also to reflect personally, and I'm sure other panel chairs as well, on the actual issues. But the fact that we were at least allowed a visit, a glimpse of institutional perspective, institutional conditions, I think was important and gave us more granularity than we would have had just by reading the report. And that just brings me to one point I wanted to make around the criteria, the three criteria, and here especially the R&D development. I think this is something that easily confuses any international expert coming into this, because we go like, what? We're supposed to talk about what we think is going to happen over the next 5 years. To my mind, this is really much more about actually research culture. And to my mind, so I could imagine that in future this is what this might evolve into, because it's really about HR policies, et cetera. And so, for instance, we in our panel look very closely about whether institutions had a gender equality plan and whether then at the institutional visit people knew about this policy. That was important to us, for instance. And so it seems to me when we think about what's happening in Europe now, that research culture is becoming much more important now. And to my mind, this is where this can be much more properly fleshed out for the future. Just those.
Thank you. Somebody, please. You have nearby you.
I'll try to answer the questions that I remember. First is the criteria. Depends. Do we want more criteria in certain aspects? We do. The research output, it has to be very clear what is the criteria. Otherwise, some panelists, experts argue that a book in my field is important. We are going back. If you want to do internationally highly respected research, a book has a lot of value. But when I talk collectively, when I talk internationally, there are agreed systems of evaluations in which a book may not feature in the top 7 or 10. And so for that research part, it has to be very clear what do we mean by research. Some colleagues spoke about MDMI or MDPI. That's gone. It's not considered these journals which are in Q1, Q2. In many countries, they do not accept them anymore. And that's also what we should practice. So some of these criteria has to be very clear. Otherwise, in the time you spend most of the time in the visit, discussing and debating about things which have more or less been understood internationally. But other things, I do not believe that we should have too much of criteria. One example is, awards. I would like to know what you think about awards, and I don't want to give you what we may mean by these awards. It also reflects what the other side, how they think about. So I think the way it is structured is pretty good. There are some places which can be improved, but otherwise I wouldn't ask for too much criteria, as my colleague just mentioned. Otherwise, you just, a software can do the evaluation. You just do a checklist of everything. So with respect to development, again, to my mind, it's a very subjective evaluation. We don't need to get into too much metrics, but strategy is a clear part. And that is actually part in the report. What is the strategy? What incentives are there for the researchers to, what do they get out of it? Are there clear incentives? Is there reduction on the teaching time? Or is there some additional benefit, for example, to go to some top conferences, funding for that? So that is all part of the potential and is reflected by the strategy that is there. And also young scholars, evaluating the research output of young scholars. That also gives us an idea of what is development potential. So again, I think that is pretty much clear. We don't need to have too much metrics. Another question that was raised has to do with interdisciplinarity. It's a very, very good question. It's a very tough question to answer. Just like the book story, right? The fact that I personally have been affected adversely because my books are not considered, and I'm fine with that. Because my objective of the book is not to get into this. And same thing with interdisciplinarity. At least in my field, interdisciplinarity is very easy to say. It's very good to have interdisciplinarity, but you always get adversely affected because the panels are not interdisciplinary panels. So my recommendation would be, if you're a top scholar and really have to work with a neuroscientist and do a it's great and you should go ahead with it. But do not expect that, for your evaluation, that this is what is going to be counted. I'll give you an example in my research center. If I publish in a journal called Nature, which is considered the top, it doesn't qualify. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't try to publish in Nature. So this is a very delicate balance that each person has to do, and I'm very, I'm conscious that I would love to publish in research or science, even if it doesn't count for my evaluation, and I'm fine with that. So interdisciplinarity is a tough one to handle, but at this stage of the research growth, given that we have to make choices, it's easy to say yes, but I would prefer that the focus is more on the research field, has a very clear focus that we should publish in this research field, and of course, encourage individual researchers who want to research in parallel fields, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea, please, your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, for the respondents, for the honesty and straightforwardness of expressing your concerns about the assessment. I think there should be a discussion about it nationally without us. Asking the basic question, does it make sense? And if so, because nobody seems to doubt that, what is our benefit? What is our added value? I imagined now listening to you how it would be when I had to open the doors at Corvinus University of Budapest, and in March, 12 scholars from different countries who are not in my narrow field or not even know me as a researcher, anything, and would be there to evaluate me. I think my first attitude would be, why? Here, the reason is apparent. Research funding is dependent on excellence. And this assessment is part of defining your excellence. So your input is very much needed to make it better. But secondly, it is an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity if you take the time to ask us, to confront us during the site visits, to tell us things you want to hear from us, what you are interested in from our own experiences. An example, we heard about the quantification of the value of a publication. And much to my surprise, it turned out that although inter-faculty collaboration is supported, if you publish with somebody outside your faculty or even outside your university, it's valued less. You're getting less points for that. Well, I spent 12 years at one of the very best Hungarian, or I might say European, faculties of natural sciences. It's a Science Communication Institute head. There were papers that had 20 authors or 30. And nobody even thought about devaluing such a publication, as certain research efforts require interdisciplinary involvement. So this, for example, was a good discussion that we had during one of the evaluation meetings. I think it made sense. We heard their arguments and the Lithuanian arguments. We contributed with the arguments from our own countries. I think this is the way forward to indicate issues where international viewpoints can lead you further. That may be beneficial for you. Please define them, and when we turn up next time, confront us with questions. Thank you.
And now in Slido, I saw that 2 questions from the rector of Mykolas Riomeris University, Professor Inga Želėnienė, and I will read what Professor is asking. The first question is, how can we balance the evaluation of Lithuanian, I started from beginning. How we can balance the evaluation of Lithuanian research to include invisible aspects like public engagement, ethical responsibility, and social innovation. And the next one is, how can we assess diverse and inclusive research that don't align with traditionally understood of biometrical metrics of scientific excellence, so that we, as well as we go back to a little bit deeper to criteria. So what is your opinions and biometrics? And one of my questions, so it's connected with the new principles that is more or less became dominating in the Europe is QUARA principles. Yeah? So it's how it's changed biometrics, so it's the quantitative of analysis, how it's changed to qualitative analysis in the evaluation of outcomes of the research. Yeah, so it's, yeah, please, let's try.
It's not about, I don't know if it makes sense, if you can hear me or not.
Is your mic working? Okay.
So, I have two reflections on the first thing is biometrics. So if you are demanding to assess the quality of the research, you cannot use bibliometrics because bibliometrics is about quantity. And especially in the humanities, there is no simple connection between the place you publish your research and the quality of the research. And there are, for various reasons, it is attached also to the never-ending story about the questioning which language should we publish in especially traditional core humanities. And the second, or the first question about these non-visible elements of research strategy or research environment and the results of the research, they are there. So if you are talking about social public engagement or social innovativeness and so on, I mean, it is the second criterion, it is about impact. The public engagement is one of the ways how you can create a meaningful impact within society. And if you are able to create a social innovativeness, you are great in this particular criterion. Thank you.
Yeah. More comments concerning invisibility? Litari.
Okay, maybe I will reflect, I will give my few thoughts concerning other criteria. When you mentioned that the rector of Mykolas Romeris University asked about, is it possible to evaluate other aspects of research like integrity, like ethics, etc., 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 going a little bit beyond bibliometrics. I think that we have already those criteria or values within the text, because if you are producing a text, and usually what we are confronting when we are talking about research, usually it is a text, published text, and it is published, how to say, according the standards which you have to keep in line. You have to think about ethics, integrity, about literature, about words, about different stuff. And if it is published, it's already by default already there. So you don't need any criteria to retest the reviewers, to retest the peers who already gave the standard. So it means that if you are suggesting that we would like that experts should look for diversity, for ethics, it means you are questioning, how to say, you're not trusting scholar. You're not trusting scholar, it means that you already you are taking a position of power and of something else, and it means why we need such more criteria. Is it not enough? I think that also Jurgita asked about sub-criteria. If you are introduced more sub-criteria, it means you are generating more data, more information, and it means that it's not necessary. Sometimes it's enough to read a text and you'll say it's good or it's bad. Yeah, I like it or I don't like it. I trust it or I don't trust it.
it means that is solution. So from my point of view, I would suggest if you'll revise this model to reduce the number of not necessary information, because usually this information is more about working environment, about structuring, but not about the product. And product is just a list, and how to say, a number on the list, and usually you are not even going more deeper to get this knowledge about what is a product by itself. That is.
Yeah, Professor Jan?
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up the question about Quora and the assessment reform, because I think the other questions relate to that. And so again, I think that when it comes to the research culture, then all those questions about team science and so forth can be included in representing how this is done. And I think that in the way that Quora understands, for instance, research ethics, they are not in themselves a mark of quality, but they are really indispensable on the way to producing quality. So I think we all need to engage with this and really get our head around what this means. But I do think we can deal with all of this. I just wanted to make a point, though, for the next 5 years that we need to engage with the research assessment reform, but we cannot follow it slavishly. If you listen carefully, the way that in a way that we've evaluated things in the humanities, and that you would have evaluated things in the social sciences, especially in economics and management, were very different. And I recognize this from my own institutions. I mean, the economists, they don't look to Europe, they don't look to their own country, and they certainly don't look to their institution. They look to the United States. And there's a global way of assessing research that we cannot just ignore in Europe. Yep. And so they do look for these various indicators, and you can't just ignore those. Whereas in history and philology and other parts, basic humanities, we look, as Wojciech said, we look for quality. And therefore, from our perspective, I would certainly not argue that we should have more publications that are counted, because actually, for us, the gold standard is still a book. And to do a really good, internationally acclaimed book, you need 10 years. Yeah. More or less. So I do think that we need to engage with Quora, but we cannot follow it slavishly, because we do need to respect also the disciplinary differences in the various domains. Thank you.
Yeah, a short follow-up on the Quora principles. Actually, I think the way that it has been done now here in Lithuania basically follows the principles. And diversity, it's up to the units to decide which research field they want to belong to. They can combine research fields. We have a lot of panels with a lot of different people from different disciplines. You get the differences in the way that you assess what happens in your own discipline. You gave the example of history versus economics. In my panel, we had the lawyers and the political scientists. So we had a lot of discussion there. You should not have too much discussion, but some discussion is actually quite nice. And the other thing is that Quora basically says, do not inappropriately use metrics, but you can use it.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Our time is running out, and instead of asking my questions, I would like to address the audience. Somebody have questions and use this unique possibility to ask the experts that evaluated your institutions. Yeah, Mindaugai, prašau. Please introduce yourself.
Of course, I totally agree that most of the simple
Thank you. So please, colleagues, yeah.
Sorry to be whispering again. It sounds really creepy. But speaking about impact, I think especially now, the question on impact within social sciences and humanities, and especially within humanities, is one of the crucial points, not only from the national but also from the European perspective. And the problem really is that what we have right now is the only one agenda which is promoted in Europe, which originates from the UK, as the term impact, outreach, knowledge exchange, and public engagement, and so on. But, for example, within HERA, so humanities in the European research area, we're trying to develop a meaningful agenda for the impact within humanities community in Europe. Of course, we acknowledging that from country to country, we understand it in a slightly different way. But the problem is that within humanities domain, we may produce many impacts. So it is not only economic or social impact, which are very broad dimensions, but we may, first of all, create impact within educational sphere. That's the first field where we can have something to say. And the problem is that within the community, we as the researchers, we are doing this, but we, in most of cases, we are not aware that we are producing what the science policy calls impact. So the problem is to have a dialogue with, for example, with the Lithuanian Research Council, which is, or other policy bodies which are producing or proposing the criteria, and to have a dialogue which, are we talking about the same thing? Is this what we are understanding as humanities scholars as impact? Is it the same what you are defining as impact? Because then you may have a conflict that you are providing the informations about something completely different. And we, as the assessors coming from various cultures, we are also somehow lost. How should we proceed with all these materials? So if you are creating some very profound change within educational sphere, it is impact. If you are producing a change, for example, in regional policy making, it is impact, it is social impact, and you are able to demonstrate it within humanities as well. And I think that's the problem of the people, of us doing research in humanities, that we are in most cases where, when we are asked about what is your impact, we are saying, oh yeah, we are humanities scholars, I'm doing dead languages, what impact could I have? I can have an impact, but this is not in my very narrow topic. It's somewhere outside, because the impact needs an engagement with non-academic community. So something we are doing for greater good, so to say. If we can achieve that people start to read books again, that's a huge social impact. And we are doing it within our research, but not with topic of our research, but with all activities we do around them.
Ivana.
So I'm going to be more direct and more simplified. I'm not so. This is great also to have the theory and the aspect, but very concrete answers and examples. This is what you asked, if I understood. So this is what you experience here. It's not only for the Lithuanian institutes and research centers. It's it's a blueprint of the form of the European Commission proposal. It's the same. There is also an aspect, it's all three parts, social, economical impact. As I mentioned before, evaluating the culture and creative fields, philology steps in there. There was always difficulties, but economical impact means not that you have revenues already, like Professor Wojciech said, start from the educational program is good. To have a vision, to have like a section, this could be bridging to another possibility of a field, like let's say, for example. Second, of open your horizon for, it was very well evaluated, NGO communication or collaborations. Philology can also step in the health institution. Let's go for any envision sustainable possible programs. Let's have it as an idea. So this is what was well evaluated, and it's possible. So I'm not saying that there is not difficulties, but again, I'm going to go back. Start from your core center, speak with each other, have a little bit of a brainstorm, because this can be possible, and this is where the sustainability is very evaluated. About the budget, I'm not in the possibility to answer. I can only say how much I was paid. It was a big work, but I will say that it was extremely big work. My panel was not expecting it. It was a big field work, and I would like to communicate that maybe the 5 days is not enough. Like also our colleagues said, we need more time for the humane aspect, because it's not nice for you that we bump there and we answer a question. We are also tired, and we want to be concentrated and very focused on you. So it was a lot of work, and but mostly done for the vision and for the heart of the field. I will be honest with you regarding the budget, how much I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jan.
Just very briefly to end, I just wanted to, one of the colleagues on my panel once said to me during the evaluation, he said to me that what is done here on social and economic impact, he said, in my national system, no university would do any of that stuff. So I think there's so much evidence here of what people do, how they contribute in extraordinarily rich ways to the culture, to the identity, to the debates that are really important. And you can see when it's written down just how crucial these debates are here, especially at this time and place. And so I would just maybe encourage you to go back to those examples and see how you can, through the criteria, better capture what is actually being done, because it is extraordinary. It is genuinely amazing and inspiring.
Okay, I have. Thank you. Somebody have question in audience? If not, instead to, yeah, sorry.
Maybe okay, I just will address your question about the costs. I really don't know, but I know that the Research Council is preparing an annual report, and so it's under preparation, so we'll find these financial costs. And of course, there is also these other costs which are not included, like the institutional costs, etc. But as I've said, I believe that this is worth it. I mean, when you look at the results and at the outcomes, yeah. But we will judge it later, I think.
Yeah, okay, so if it is no questions or no comments, instead to make a summarizing of our discussion, I just ask one question with a very short answer, yes, no, or partly. Probably so, and of course all countries and all scientists like to be in the international level and play in the, I don't know, higher international league. So all of you have experiences from your own countries, and now all of you have experience from Lithuania. So my question is, I just remain that the answers is yes, no, or partly. The question is, are already Lithuanian humanities and social sciences players of the same international league? I know that is difficult to say, but please be, I don't know, free to tell your opinion. So it's small final point. Yeah, you have a mic. Yeah, we start from you.
Partly.
Okay, yeah.
Partially, and I will add a recommendation. Start from your institution. This is very important. find some budget, make departments for the EU grant proposals, EU grant writing, soft skills, going for that. One person can start a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. I said yes earlier, I think, so yes.
Yes, okay.
Partially and getting there.
So from Polish perspective, it's almost the same, but the scale is completely different.
Yes. Yeah, okay. We could stop right now. So in this place. So thank you for all of you for great discussion, and really very. I hope that we continue our friendship later on. And now I would like to ask and invite probably all of participants to the lunch. Yeah. So please, we have lunchtime. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we invite to join our second session according to our program, as you know. So we are back to our online listeners. We are back to our event Comparative Expert Assessment, current status and future directions. We are ready to start our natural, technological, medical, and health and agricultural sciences session. I want to mention that during our first session, actually we had up to 170 participants online, so that's a good number. And now I invite our moderator, Vilmante Borotaite, to lead the session. Please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, first of all, welcome to all of you joining the session on natural, technological, medical, and agricultural sciences. Welcome to all those who are here in the hall and also to those who watch us on YouTube channel. And especially a warm welcome to our international expert panel who arrived to Vilnius, our snowy, cold Vilnius. As you can see, I will be a moderator. Currently, I am chair of expert committee on natural and technological sciences of Research Council of Lithuania. As a scientist, I am biochemist and I'm working at the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And before starting this session, I will shortly introduce how we will work. So first we will ask experts to introduce themselves and to present their short reflections on results of this comparative assessment. The second part will be devoted to questions, discussion on the status of natural technological sciences in Lithuania, how they look from the international perspective, and the recommendations from the experts, how we can improve our research as well as assessment of this research. And final part will be devoted to questions from audience and online questions. And here I would like to remind those who are online, please write your questions in the section of questions and answers, and we will collect them, and at the end we will present these questions. Yes, and now it is my pleasure to invite our international experts to present. Please sit and just introduce yourself. And no, just from here. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
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 I probably prefer to stand up. Do you hear me?
It's better to use that.
This one. Okay. I make a combo. Good. So my name is Ursula Liebel, and I've been acting as panel chair for the expert panel NT1. We were assessing 5 units from 3 different institutions that operate in the fields of chemistry, chemical engineering, biochemistry, and environmental engineering from 3 different places. We were an international expert panel comprised of 9 experts, 3 from the UK, 2 from France, 2 from, I have to think, Poland, 1 from Austria, and 1 from Ireland. And I have to say we enjoyed the site visits tremendously, the talking to the personal researchers, the PhD students, and we appreciated the organization of the whole exercise. I'd like to share some of the general findings the panel obtained with you on chemistry and chemical engineering. So we found that as a whole, RD in chemistry and chemical engineering is nationally at very good levels, and many units from the larger structures are internationally recognized. The research frequently addresses timely topics, industrially relevant ones, and just to point out a few that concerns, for example, sustainable chemistry and energy applications, solar cells, biosensors, food science, electrochemistry, enzymatic biocatalysis, and material science. The chemistry institutions were frequently important partners outside academia and active in establishing mostly national industrial contacts and obtaining funding. The research infrastructure is of high quality. We were really impressed of that, with well-equipped facilities and high-level instrumentation. And I think this is not only the case for chemistry. It needs to be, clear plans need to be established to sustain infrastructure and personnel in the future. In general, human resources were generous with a favorable age distribution, and some units had international students, an increasing number of international students. And we felt that training programs for PhDs sometimes were focused almost exclusively on science, and had the recommendation to broaden this by adding on additional skills training in ethics, in translational skills in general. So, and one other recommendation globally we had was pool resources. Sometimes units were found to work on quite different topics, and we felt it would be good to create type of competence, national competence networks, which can be enticed by national strategies like excellence clusters, by specific funding. So group competence and work together. And increase participation in international networks. That is not exactly new, but also promote the science towards business entities. So in summary, chemistry in Lithuania has clear potential to capitalize on the generated scientific knowledge. It's very obvious internationally, or with increasing international traction. It can produce internationally leading research and expand collaborations with industry. Just a word to biochemistry. That is one of the strongest research fields in Lithuania, and it has very attractive R&D themes. This is demonstrated by the scientific output and is particularly obvious in the fields of CRISPR-related research, epigenomics, protein modeling and bioinformatics, and enzyme catalyzed synthesis of novel compounds, just to name most of them. The international reputation of biochemistry is undisputed. There were prestigious awards, research funding, and environment for PhD students is excellent, and the unit provided amenities to enable international research stays, which should be pursued. The research structure equally is of very high quality and should be, it's a challenge in the future to maintain it at that level. Recommendations are concerning R&D activities concern, simply to exploit the translational potential that is clearly there even better, even more, and establish strategic plans for future development with regard to, in particular, with regard to staff recruitment. So, to summarize, biochemistry is really doing research at the highest level. It has an international reputation and visibility. It has an amazing scientific environment and clearly identified goals for future development. And with regard to the general recommendations, life science is probably a bit less verbose than social science, but we had 2 or 3 things that the panel came up with, and we were wondering about the paper output required per PhD student, which in general is a minimum of 2 papers, at least 1 as first author, and we felt that this could be in part detrimental, notably to interdisciplinary projects where shared first authorships are increasingly important. We also felt that the career outcomes of PhD and postdoctoral researchers are measures for successful training programs. So we would encourage to keep a quantification of the job destinations, a list what people do afterwards, to see, take it as an indicator whether the program provided enhances the career and meets national needs and priorities. And regarding the site visits, we really appreciated the organization. At times, it's probably something shared by others. We felt it was too short, and we would have liked a bit more time to talk to people and be less rushed. So I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Do you want me to talk from here?
You can talk from here.
Because it's, at least here, it's quite difficult to...
Yeah, it's fine.
If a person is talking from there.
It's
So
fine.
I can try from here, and let's see how it works. So, yeah, then next...
You can see the screen there.
Yeah, but this is still a previous slide. Okay, now, thank you. So, my name is Erkki Ikonen. I'm from Aalto University in Finland, and it's very nice to come to warm Lithuania with 20 degrees higher temperatures as what we have. This is very, very nice. And also the evaluation event in the spring was a well-organized event, and it was a good exercise. Yeah, our evaluation. Yeah, our evaluation is seen on the slides. I don't go in details to these results, but I have some general observations. I was also attending a similar exercise 10 years ago, I think, and I was pleased to see that the level of research has really increased. There is still some way to go to the top international level as the evaluation criteria define the highest level. But there is good progress. I was pleased to see that good progress, but of course we also made some recommendations what to improve. And this is of course that the level of ambition should be higher. To go to the top international level, it is necessary that the level of high ambition is still increased. And what is needed for that? For example, invited and plenary talks in conferences. These are important milestone or or indication of a top, internationally top research. And then, of course, coordination of projects, especially European projects. This is, of course, a lot of work, but on the other hand, once again, if you are coordinating European projects in your own universities, this is a clear indication of high level of work. And of course, then when you have these international projects, it's good to have also joint outcomes. The added value of international collaboration is demonstrated by joint publications with your partners. And sometimes, as compared to the number of international projects, still the number of joint publications was not high. So there is still some room to improve the level of ambition. Then if we talk about the infrastructure or other general arrangements, it appeared that quite many people have a lot of teaching duties. I think it is somehow the tradition or culture that the people who work in the university, they have a lot of teaching duties, and probably large part of their salary is coming from teaching. Okay, this is okay, but then of course, especially for younger staff members, it would be good that a suitable balance could be found, so that they would also have possibility to devote sufficient amount of their time for research to really be able, so that they are really able to progress in their career. And when looking at these younger researchers, doctoral students, for example, in many cases they had actually received their master's degree in their own university. And I think it would be good, and our expert group thought that it would be really good if there would be more exchange between universities, maybe between Lithuanian universities, so that some useful cross-fertilization might happen. Of course, if you have doctoral students coming from abroad, this is very welcome. But what we observed was that in many cases, really, the doctoral students were from the same university. And then some further recommendations. So if the level of ambition is increased, it is very important to think carefully what are the incentives. And these important topics for incentives, they should be defined for individual researchers, for research groups, and also for the units of assessment. So there could be different incentives for all these three levels. And of course, what should be promoted or supported are these key features of a top international research, which are, of course, publications, and especially high-level publications, projects, especially coordination of European projects, and then invited and plenary talks in in conferences, for example, as some example. And then now it was mentioned earlier this morning that the Research Council is preparing for the next evaluation 2028. And I think there is also some room to improve the evaluation system. If in the next evaluation system more of Lithuanian universities or units of assessments would really be at the top international level, then the evaluation system should support that in such a way that the evaluation system can really give the universities or units of assessments a possibility to show that they are really good. And for example, what our expert group was missing was that there could be a short explanation with not too much text, where the units of assessments would have a chance to explain where they are really good and why they should be ranked to the highest level. Of course, the results have to support that, and the form of this reporting should give a possibility for that. This is just one example. And another example is that nowadays I think bibliometry results should be used for the evaluations. Now in this evaluation our group experts, because there was not really any bibliometry data, there was a lot of publications but with very little structure. So many of our experts did the bibliometry analysis themselves, and that is not really good. The bibliometry analysis should be done by the units of assessments according to the instruction given by the Research Council. And it is very important for the Research Council to think which kind of instructions they give for the bibliometric analysis, because what you emphasize there or what you ask the applicants to do, this has a very big effect to guide the presentation of the results. Okay, these were basically the general findings of our group. Thank you very much for inviting me and our group for taking part in this exercise.
Thank you.
How do you want me to present, here or behind the desk? Vote? No vote? But I'll stand up. So I'm Olaf Scholten from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. I was happy to participate, as all of us of the panel chairs have said, in this evaluation. I hope it really contributes to improve the science here in Lithuania. As a panel, we rather saw our task to try to be helpful to the units we assessed in order to give them handles how to improve their output and their research, instead of really evaluating them and ranking them. Improvement is what mattered. As you can see from this list, we did not hand out any 5 for any field. The reason for that is that, and I'll depart from my notes, but I'll try to manage anyhow, is that if a group scores a 5 across the border, it really should be excellent. And excellence, as also was said by many other panel members, means that all listed publications, which are only, 1/3 of the FTEs summed over 5 years, all of them should be in excellent journals. Likewise, all of the talks given should be invited talks instead of contributed talks. And somehow this sense of excellence we were kind of surprised that some of the units were surprised that we were thinking like that. So in general, we found that the research groups themselves were of excellent standing. They were quite active seminars, science seminars. We're also quite impressed by the PhD students. They were usually very enthusiastic about their work. However, what we saw from the researchers is that sometimes there are diamonds, really excellent researchers, groups, one or two professors that perform at an outstanding level, but then there's a large gray field which is more let's call it mediocre, but intermediate. And this brings down the average level. And what I feel where a lot of gain can be obtained is by emphasizing these growth diamonds instead of the gray mass. So really go for the excellence instead of the large number of output. So this holds for basic science, but the same holds for contacts with industry. We have seen that many groups, I think all of them, have excellent contacts with industry, which is great. And certainly for natural science, that is what you would expect, because it's not only being intellectually outstanding, but you also should benefit the industry. But these contacts were often limited to be more service-oriented instead of really leading the process and developing IP, intellectual property, or trying to go for spin-offs. There were some spin-offs, but really very few. With the size of the institutes and being at the forefront of science, you would expect many more. So this is where much of the emphasis should be on. So as some general recommendations, one thing which we heard, which is particularly important for the natural sciences, is that there's a lack of students at the university. And apparently this is already from developments at the primary level, where students have very little interest in going for STEM subjects because this is perceived to be difficult and it requires hard work. I think this is where a lot of gain should be made on a national level. We also see that the institutes themselves and the universities see this because they are quite active in TV presentations, radio presentations, national TV and national radio, but apparently it's not sufficient. I mean, to really change the field about this requires more than this, but it is important because at the long term, the future of Lithuania will depend on a strong basic education. So this going for excellence, I look at my notes, is also seen by not only by publications in top journals and invited talks, but another thing that should be encouraged quite a bit, probably by the funding agencies, is that the researchers are encouraged to go for ERC grants, personal grants of high standing, where quality of research matters, and this is and from, I think, all institutes we investigated, there was only one or two that made an application, but this is far below level. This should be encouraged much more. The other thing that we found is that all institutes have an excellent infrastructure. They benefited from some big European funding, and much of this is in shared instrumentation shared by many. This is excellent, and this is an absolute must in order to be able to play at the forefront of research. But what we were worried about is that the longer-term future, because high-level instrumentation requires continued investing in renovations and renewal, and this is a weak point we perceived. I think my time is almost over, my notes also. The other aspect which we noted, and this goes for maybe for the funding agency, There's a part that is a SWOT analysis at the end of the proposal. It's excellent that the institutes go through their strong and their weak points, but one thing which we missed is for the weak points to address at what point the institute itself can take action for the weak points. Often it is said that this is due to things that come from above, which we have no control over, but that is always only part of the truth. Anything you should be, that comes upon you, you should try to make the best out of it. So you should have some strategies how to cope with the future, and this is also quite weak. The last thing which I want to remark is that there has been some discussion about the different questions that are being asked. And one thing which I noted from this assessment and any others, that all three fields are always, for all groups, quite parallel. So apparently it doesn't really matter much which quality you assess. If it is international standing or research output, if one of them is high, all of them are high. So this again means that you really should strive for the best, because then everything will fly, and that's the challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, maybe I continue same way. So I'm from the panel N in Natural and Technological Sciences, and we were together 10 members from 8 European countries. And some of the panel members already had been in the previous evaluation, so that with guarantee some sort of continuity. And when we saw improvement, so there were people also who actually could see these improvements. And we have altogether four institutions, and from them 6 UAOs, and 3 institutions were universities, and 1 was a research institute. And universities have this difference, which has been already mentioned here, that teachers, that the researchers are also responsible for teaching, which is another one way. It's a limitation because it takes resources, but on the other hand, it also keeps them with science basics, which is a kind of advantage as long as the teaching load does not get too large. And the other consequence of the teaching is that you have to know very widely your field, but the research can only be focused in a very, very narrow scope. And as a whole, as the panel, as the system, how it works, so I consider it was an effective system. And when we actually could meet the groups in face-to-face and had separate discussions with the students and researchers and administration, and this way it would be more possible to get a good picture of the level of research rather than looking this written reports and bibliometric indexes. And we stayed 1 week in Lithuania, and this is about maximum if you are collecting an international evaluation group here. So 1 week is a realistic maximum how long this group can stay here. So it was also mentioned that in the report which were given in advance, there were some problems in the getting out a list of achievements from there, because they were showing the most important results, and the actual volume of achievement remained open. So the scaling of this report to reality was not always very good. But anyway, I think we get by the panel from this research level truth, but not the whole truth, but at least some truthful perspective. So on our topics for ecology, biology, environment, and geosciences, including geology and physical geography. And without us Magnus University, we also had mathematics and information technology, which was a little bit of side of these main fields around environment. But on the other hand, we have artificial intelligence and so on is coming more to environmental sciences. So this kind of contact will be strengthened in the future. And there was also some boundaries between environmental science and ecology and environmental science and geoscience. They were somewhat gray, and we could see that there was some geological work done in a field what was called environment. Okay, well, anyway, all these labs did very well, so at least they got a score from good to very good, 3 to 4.5. And there was a clear improvement compared with the previous research evaluation, especially in geosciences. There was a step of order of 1 happened in these 5 years. And in general, the biological and environmental sciences did the best job, and also they had the most resources, but even scale, they were the best. And small units, they are more dependent of the group leader, and we could see that small units could be also very good when the leader of the group was on a top level. And in terms of internationalization, it has been taken often here, and what I've seen from experience, at least in environmental sciences and geosciences, the participation of Lithuanian scientists in international committees, projects, editorial boards has been increasing, but it's still below if we scale the size of the station, size of the nation, and so on. So there is something to be done. And this is also a note to the Research Council that the internationalization also needs money. If you are a member in some international committee, it would be good to have also travel money to go to committee meetings to keep good contacts. About the same is also with journals, so that these predatory journals has been mentioned, and it has become an increasing problem. And then how we evaluate the journal, the publications, so it should be more with quality than the number, because the publishing now in good journal is very expensive, and when we are doing research with limited resources, so we really should focus on the quality of the papers. It's very easy to publish nowadays because there are the publication fields has commercialized, but still it would be better to collect results in one good paper rather than publish 3 modest papers from the same data, as we sometimes can see in the international literature. In the PhD student communities, there was in general good atmosphere, and we could see enthusiasm between the students, which is a very good feature. And also the recommendation of our panel was very strong that the thesis should be published in English, and that would also give an opportunity to invite a foreign opponent to all the theses. This would be one easy way to add this in the internationalization. And also we want to thank the public outreach, including the activity with the schools, which is one way to get more students to these units, because the environmental science and geosciences, they have the shortage of students, which was mentioned in some other fields, has the same problem. So approaching the schools and public is a very good tool for that. And that also brings the language problem, which was taken in the morning sessions many times, that although science public language is in the present era, it's English, but popular science should be the local language, and small language groups like Finland and Lithuania. So it's now, people are now getting worried about what happens with the local language in the internet, in the globalization, and one way is also to strongly support popular science publishing in the local languages. And one point which was taken in several visits in our panel was that in some places where there are really top scientists, that administration is taking too much from their time. And we have seen everywhere in the world that a good research institute has top scientists, a few leading top scientists, at least one, and these top scientists can also take the, let's say, the medium level scientists to high level research, and the administration load from the top scientists should really be decreasing and give them the more possibility to focus on the science. So I'm now getting to the almost to the end of this. So to concluding that panel system is basically in good condition, and in the future for this ecological, environmental, and geosciences development. So it's a group of many science fields, and all should be supported because they all need each other. And the future very strong lines of research are the sustainable development and the climate change, and these ecological, environmental, geosciences. This group will be a very important part in this game in the future. And they are strongly dependent together. So in contrast, if we think about laboratory science fields, so they are more independent. And for the funding, so that independent of the size of the lab and so on, so that the funding of publishing good papers and going to conferences, especially for young people, and international collaboration, participation, they all need money, and this is one thing for the Research Council to think over. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I'll do it for me. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, my name is Román Pérez Antoñanzas. So, I guess one of the other Spanish colleague and myself are the ones that have two last names. So, I'm from the International University of Catalonia in Barcelona, Spain. And I will be explaining kind of the results that we've seen in this medical and health and natural sciences. So first of all, I think the RCL, the Research Council of Lithuania, did an excellent job in organizing all the events and managing everything. So special thanks also to Christina. I think she did, all together they did amazing work. And also I think it's important to appreciate the work that all the units of assessment that you did. I think it's a lot of work, but I think you were able to put in place all the information and especially in the visits. I think it was very nice to see the units of assessment, and we can actually assess them much better. So thanks for that effort also. Sometimes being evaluated is not always nice, but it's a way of trying to improve. So recently I was in a similar situation on the other side, so on your side, and it is true that being evaluated sometimes, you're not always happy with the results, but in general it's a good way always to improve. So as you can see here, we evaluated 9 units of assessment. We were experts from different countries. We were 11, which I think was a very nice number to be able to have open discussions. And I will try to be brief. I will try to make it short as possible so that we can have more time for discussion. It also begins in Spain. This is the nap time, a siesta. So it's not a good moment for having very long conversations because people generally don't attend so much. I'll try to be brief. So in general, we've seen, for instance, we've seen different strategies arranging the units of assessment. So for instance, you can see in the bottom part on the left that we have for the Lithuanian University of Health Science. They were grouped in different units of assessments, whereas Vilnius University had only 1 unit. So we could see that in general, the units in general can have some type of artificial structure, but it was actually good in the visits to be able to see the structure themselves in situ. So I think in general, the panel, we were really amazed and surprised and impressed with the good quality of the research that is being conducted. I think, the research level is very good and very high. We've seen that in general, most of the field work is basically related because it's in the medical field. It's very translational and clinical. So that's great because it has it has good impact. And we think that the units of assessment have the capacity to be more international, and there are some efforts that are being to start in this sense, and there are some European projects that have been granted, and this is really good. But we also seen that you have these units of assessment have the capacity to go a bit more beyond. Like for instance, ERC, the European Research Council. I think you can have people that can go, researchers that can get involved in these ERCs, and perhaps it's good to give it a try. And also, it is true that in general, I think in all the panels will agree on this, that Lithuania cannot be well known for everything. So I think it's very important to have a clear vision on what Lithuania is good and what each unit of assessment, what they're good in, and put that focus on that specific fields in which they are good. I think in some units of assessment, we saw some type of scattering, being involved in too many projects. Being involved in too many projects or different research fields in the end can diminish the strength that they can have, that each unit of assessment can have to do groundbreaking science. So I think this is strategy. I think it's being thought of, but I think it has to go more in depth. So also this can relate with the quality of the publications. I think the level of the publications it's in a good way. Some of the publications were not in the Q1, which is okay, but I think the quantity should be reduced and increase the quality. So eventually matching different subjects, different papers to eventually obtain more Q1 papers would be excellent. So the impact of the research in general is good. I think the impact probably would increase by linking different institutions, by doing more research together between the different institutions in Lithuania. And I think it would also be important to link some of the units of assessment to have some linking with companies. But I think because the field of the medical field and all these different fields are in a very applied field, I think combining with companies that can supply materials or that are involved in this medical field, I think combining with these companies, I think would be a benefit to increase the impact of what the science that is being performed. I think also related with this applied technology and science and the research that is being done, I think there are some units of assessment that would benefit from having also more basic research scientists. And I think that basic research should be performed probably by researchers from basic science, and avoid clinicians to also do the basic research, because in the end, it's we can see that there's lots of let's say different tasks and duties that need to be done. Yeah, so also regarding the international exposure, I think, as I mentioned, it's going well, but I think also there should be some policies for PhD students and postdocs to be able to go abroad and come back to Lithuania, to be able to bring back the knowledge from other countries, if possible. And also another concern that we eventually had was some of the PhD students ended up staying in the unit of assessment. So the question is, what's the size the unit of assessment can have? And that's the strategy that needs to be thought. And if they fit, it's perfect, but it's just at some moment, perhaps there will be too many people too many scientists in the same unit of assessment. And finally, we saw that there's a significant amount of load in teaching, management, and clinical practice. So it would be ideal to find strategies to reduce that load, and find strategies to be able to perform the research in a more easier manner. So, and just a couple of things more related with the infrastructures. I think the infrastructures in general were very nice, excellent, and there were some strategies to expand, just to keep in mind how this growth can be, and avoid, for instance, we saw in some research centers, perhaps equipments that were duplicated, so that would be something to avoid. And finally, just perhaps it's more a general comment, we saw that some of the units of assessments were complaining a bit about the procedures and the procurements to acquire material and equipment. So I guess the units of assessment would help if government or could help in this sense. So that would be it. Thank you.
And now we have one of the expert chair joining us online.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Hello.
It's okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you. So I guess I go ahead. Yeah. All right, so my name is Carl Nielsen from Oslo Met, Norway. I have the honor of chairing one of the panels. So here I give a short overview of our panel considerations. First, I would like to thank really the Lithuanian Research Council for a really professional arrangement and support to all aspects of the evaluation process. It's truly professional. I'm very impressed with the whole procedure. We had a 9-member panel. I think we already heard from all the other panel leaders that Lithuania has a healthy, well-managed system. It's usually very good in most indicators, but not always excellent. And there is room for development, as it is for all other countries. I think it's important to remind ourselves that quality is a continual process, not an end point. It's more an attitude, and there are some performance indicators along the way that we need to look at continually. So saying that, I think I have some recommendations for the improvement of quality without saying that the system is not good or the process is not good per se. I think what we found was that the research fields really varied in size, and that some of the smaller ones really had a lower critical mass question to it. So there is an issue on what will be the lower size of research field that will enable and foster creativity and development. On the other side was the large environments that you would also expect that a proportion of those researchers operate at international research fronts. And of course, there were examples of excellence that could be seen from the submitted data. On the other hand, there were very few groups that really reached the highest score level, which is top international peers. Now, it's not like an institution would like to have, will have all employers at that level, but there is something about distribution of researchers along the line of different types of activities. But there is something there about, it's not fully clear how the leadership of the units of assessment identifies outstanding talent, merit, and achievement, and build consciously on these indicators to foster excellence. It's usually quite broad presentations, but to lift up particular talent and develop it to be competitive at the top international level is maybe something to look further at. So then it needs to have some sort of merit-based recognition systems that can recognize driven researchers with ambitions to lead at the international front. And balancing those incentives with broader institutional development of the employers and scientists as such. It was mentioned here the ERC grants, and talking as a former chair of one of the ERC panels, I clearly see it is possible for many of the scientists in Lithuania to apply successfully to those programs. But I think it requires maybe a separate program and a follow-up of a cohort of select researchers over maybe 1 or 2 years. There is something there about ideation and developing the ideas that will usually take a bit of time. On the quality of publication side, I think we were quite impressed. Positive publication trends in metrics. Many of the high-level publications were only co-authored, so there is some suggestion there maybe to take some more scientific leadership on some of the larger studies. And there is also now a changing trend from number of publication to quality of publication, and in particular for certain research areas such as the ERC, you have to list your 5 main papers, and that sort of drives the whole publication focus a bit different in a different direction. So there is also something there how to account for that later when the metrics is still going to be a baseline. I think there is something to be gained at looking at the ideation problem formulation stage for many of the studies. I'm also talking as an individual reviewer of individual grants in Lithuania for many years. Because it's the early phase ideation problem formulation that will most often define what kind of journal and impact that will have later. So time spent up early on will have an impact later. And the structures for that will basically critical mass is important for the ideation phase, where you have to have colleagues to discuss the ideas and nature with. As mentioned earlier, it's maybe important to distinguish between invited lecturers and all other conference attendances that may not be relevant for this type of activities. So maybe it can be specified in the evaluation form that it's invited activities that are of interest. Not that the other ones are not of interest, but self-paid activities is a kind of different opportunity for everyone. It's also an opportunity to contribute more to arrange conferences and meetings. I think it was quite an impressive setting already, but it's also probably the key area to develop further networks that may be necessary to integrate at the international research fronts. So that may be a specific actionable point to make sure that the international conferences and networks are taking place in Lithuania to take part and develop those. Also social relations that may be beneficial in the long run. So the awareness of the knowledge ecosystem one developed through those participations is very important. I think it also comes back to where you send your PhD students, and stay abroad is maybe not just a stay abroad, it's a kind of conscious development into a particular or a step into a given international knowledge ecosystem. So where you send, who you send to, and what kind of supporting structure around it maybe should be taken more into consideration in the future. There was also a lot of national awards and distinctions listed in the evaluated material. Maybe that's also not so important in the international context, although I recognize the honorable aspect of it. But the international recognition and awards may be the point there. So that was a little bit on the quality. There is clearly an ongoing process for internationalization. One should be critical for the weak point. It's maybe the level international scientists come into Lithuania. So what kind of facilities and structure will enable a more influx from the countries for which you would like to collaborate closer. On the knowledge transfer side of it, it's clear that all the evaluated entities had expertise that was highly attractive to a number of external partners. Mainly the sort of impact statements were focused nationally. There were a few examples of international impact beyond publication. On the other hand, many scientists were part in various expert groups at the international fora and so on. So that can also be an arena for the networking that can be maybe intensively utilized. The word innovation ecosystem, I think it's very important now, figuring out the role of the universities in the future. So strategic positioning of the various units of assessment within their innovation ecosystem could perhaps have more emphasis in the next round of evaluation. Thinking on the innovation ecosystem structure is kind of challenging to the mind and how you operate. I think it's a broad perspective change in the university sector as such, institutional sector. There's a number of case examples of innovation or impact. I think it would also be useful to consider the technology readiness level scale, TLR 1 to 9 scale. That says something about where you are in the line of having real impact for some either commercial or non-commercial innovation. So the TLR scale, European, could be useful to look a bit more into the impact assessment side there. I think for a research infrastructure, it's impressive. There's a lot of room. We have a lot of room to invite people, and actually double the personnel sizes in at least the facilities. So rarely a space limit there. So there is some opportunity there, and that can also attract motivated talent from abroad, given those infrastructure and space. Long term, there is something to create means for developing outstanding talent and process to understand and select talents. PhD training seems to be very well working. I think one concern with the comparative aspects is that you compare different units of assessment with different logics and roles when it comes to educational aspect or other duties for employees. So you have some institutions that are kind of dedicated to their deliverables assessed by us, and you have other institutions where maybe just less than 50% of the work duty of the person is actually contributing to the evaluation, and to the data sets of that is evaluated by our panel. So there is something there how the different institutions contribute to education and other purposes, and how that's maybe those kind of, let's say, competing logics are clear to the deficits. What was maybe a bit missed from my part was there's a lot of focus on deliverables, but relatively little focus on management and leadership at the institution level or sub-institution level in terms of how those outputs are delivered. So what kind of management structure and leadership structures do you have around those units that's part of the process of delivering those outcomes that we evaluate? So management and leadership related to the output we evaluate, maybe good to focus more on, not from the principal investigator point of view, but the person above that principal investigator and the sort of larger facilitator of that research infrastructure. Yeah. In the long run, one recommendation would be the key most important thing is really the recruitment process for the most talented, motivated, and driven researchers that will fill the spaces available in your institutions. So there is something about how recruitment processes will take place to identify talent. As stated by many, there are issues with competition for that talent. So one has to solve that talent competition to ensure the long-term viability of a research institution. And with that, I would like to thank you on behalf of the panel for the opportunity to support the Lithuanian research system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had one more panel for assessment. However, it's a pity that the chair of this panel, Leonid Dubrovsky, was not able to come to our meeting. And therefore, we will move to our Lithuanian representatives. And please.
Okay, it works. Okay, so I'm participating in this kind of exercises now for the third time. This means 12 years, in some kind as a vice rector, as a member of the board of Lithuanian Research Council. I can say that it clearly procedures improved significantly. When I remember we started to exercise, I was very much against it. Now I am, in the morning it was question if this exercise, including costs, including time for the institutions, and including efforts, if it is worth. I do not know answer, but I think it is not depends on you mainly, it depends on us. It depends on how we will use all your results and all your recommendations. The second point, which is, I think is extremely important, you always get what you ask. Yeah? What we asked you, you provided the best you can. But if we were asking wrong questions, we are not getting answers we wanted. So, and in this case, I still think that we have some way to go for improvement. So first of all, I do not feel that we are very clear what we are evaluating. We are evaluating the best results of unit or average level of the unit. Because the unit can be effective, which means providing excellent papers, having very nice projects, and having 300 researchers in it, and having 5 working hardly, and 250 doing nothing. Okay, and this was not exactly how you were asked. And I think that if we are using this evaluation for funding, then efficiency, if we are really getting results for the lowest possible cost, maybe not sounds very nice for scientific society, but we need to think about that. This is one point which is clearly I would like to be asked more exactly. What we want, average level or the best results? The second point, it was mentioned in the morning session that we have quite increasing funding for research, including Research Council, during last years. And as somebody in previous panel pointed out, it is obvious that society will ask for what they are paying. Yeah, if the science is getting paid more, you should provide. And the question is, what do you need to provide? It is clear that even the papers in the best journals will not fit the target for society. No, I think we will pay better for our best basketball team than for the 100 very best scientific papers, if you go to our parliament. Yeah? So I mean that we very clearly need to show for the society what is the value of research we are doing. And this is not only that we want to be proud that we are doing science, which is accepted in the world, that is nice, but this is more nice for scientists than for society. Of course, society would like to have Nobel Prize, but again, to compare with what? And what, from my point, is missing, that really if we want to influence society, we need to have a very clear and much larger than now flow between researchers in the academia and part of society having research experience. So the more people are coming from research to industry to public institutions, the more society will be understanding and will be using the results of research. So I think this part of evaluation, what is a flow of knowledge, as our chairman of the committee likes to say, we don't need how it is called? We need knowledge, we don't need the new scientific results, okay? It's not competent. Yeah. We need a lot of competent people and more of that. And with just students and just universities, this is not enough nowadays. You need to have experience of doing research if you want to understand what is a value and who can now apply efficiently artificial intelligence. Somebody who has dealt with that somehow. So, and this is a missing. We do not see in the questions. I am not saying that you were not providing, but you were not asked to provide the real flow of human resources from research environment to general society and maybe back. You need to have this flow if you want to convince society that it is really valuable. And I can speak much more, but okay, let's stop here.
Thank you. Please.
I'm Julius Žilinkas from Vilnius University and also a member of committee of Lithuanian Research Council committee corresponding on represented in this part of the session. So the committee was involved in making these panels, helping to choose the members of panels, but that's it. Not a lot of work compared to work done by the panels and all the experts. And I want to say that this is very important that, okay, in Lithuania we evaluate in in let's say, two ways. One is qualitative assessment, which is represented in this meeting, and also yearly assessment, formal assessment. So in my opinion, it's very important, this qualitative, and I want to thank all the experts and all the panels and chairs of panels for doing this. And why is it so important? So yes, one thing is because budgets of institutions depend on this assessment. So, and I think most of us agree that it is more important to assess quality than quantities, which is done on yearly basis. But also it is very important to get kind of suggestions or ways to improve to our institutions. So I think this feedback of the assessment is maybe even more important, not only because institutions will try to improve to get more money, but also to see opinions of the colleagues, of similar scientists from all over Europe, where we should move, how to improve our science, our institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insights. And now it's time to move to discussion part of this session. And I would like to start with the question on assessment of R&D activities within the institutions. So institutions perform a lot of various activities. What is your opinion on the presentation of research activities by institutions? And in general, were such activities presented in a proper way in areas of your expertise and in your panels? What would be the most effective way of presenting such activities? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think this. I think this was already partly addressed by some of us. At present, what we see, for example, for the publication, is a long list, which is very difficult to read because each publication is half a page, and then if there is a group of an FD of 120, whatever, you have 60 of these pages, it's close to impossible to read. So a bibliographical short list of this would be most useful, where in particular what we are looking for is the number of publications in first quartile journals, which is important. And as I said during my presentation, it should be all of them. If it is not all of them, you know for yourself that you are not scoring at the highest quality level, because that should not be. And what is also important is that the lead author, maybe lead authors, it's difficult to judge sometimes, are of the institute. If the lead author is from somewhere else and the institute has given only a co-author somewhere in the nth place, then it's not very visible. So this aspect should also be emphasized. What I said about publications, the same holds for presentations and everything else. Even for collaborations, it makes a big difference whether you are the lead of a collaboration or just somebody who tags on somewhere in the tail of a long collaboration. So that difference, that differentiation is important for our assessment. At present, we spend a fair amount of our time to go through this, as was also addressed by Eike, and it should be done by the groups themselves, because then also they realize what is important. Who's next?
Okay.
Well, I think it all depends on the unit of assessment, the way it is structured. And I think we were discussing this before, but if you have a unit of assessment which is very big and has different research groups, let's say, and there's a research group that is very makes high impact papers constantly, and in the end, this unit of assessment needs to show a specific number of papers, let's say 10. The unit of assessment will be based on that research group that is very, let's say, strong. So I'm not sure the way the units of assessment are assembled. I'm not sure if it depends on how that unit of assessment is structured. It will be able to give us hints on how we can evaluate that research that is being performed and the quality. And I think it also would benefit just from only seeing the research papers. For instance, I think it would be a benefit of seeing what's the research that's being performed in a more descriptive manner. So understanding how that research group is structured or that unit of assessment is structured, and what are the main research fields that are there, instead of just having different, for instance, presentations or publications and so on. I think that would benefit.
Yes. Okay, so in the both in written and oral presentations, so the quality varied quite a lot. So in some cases, it was very clear to listen to the oral presentations, and some cases it was not really easy to get found what's going on. But in the written part, so these tables were already mentioned, which would be very useful, and then also for the research itself, like the background and the motivation and objectives. So something like this in a very brief manner would be very helpful to understand what's going on.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, what was said before, of course, it's right, and I agree. But I would still like to emphasize this: that the units of assessments, the research groups should be given a chance to say or indicate, this is really our highlight. This is our very good achievement during the past 5 years. But just to give the very good achievements, not a list of 10 very good achievements, but just a few. So this would, I think, this would make the work of experts easier, as the other proposals which were given. And then at this point, maybe I could comment on Antana's observation that how should we evaluate? Should we give the score for the best performance or the average performance? I think now we are in the position that we have to kind of give the score with the average performance as you did. Sorry?
From my point of view, average is more important than the best.
Yes, but that's true. But I hope that in 5 years the international performance increases still, and then hopefully we have many researchers with the top international level within a unit of assessment. I think if I interpret the thinking of the expert groups, they don't request that all of the researchers are at the top international level to give 5. But if there are a few or half, then the unit might score 5, but not with just one individual researcher, which is very good, but the level must be broader.
I probably just have a suggestion, because in France we're going through a very similar assessment that is called HCRS, and there, for example, we don't have to indicate publications they directly, individually. We put them, they're all in a national database. So the whole thing is more or less we have to put our publication in a centralized system where they automatically are saved, and there will be statistics done. So this is automatic, and you get the output with the bibliometric indices. It's a new system. We will see what the outcome for the evaluations will be. The other problem that's a bit related, at least my panel was struggling with that, is the definition of the unit of assessment. For example, we had a case where we had an overlap of one unit with another one, which was around 30–40%, and it was very difficult to make a distinction publication-wise and attribute performance indicators to one specific person that showed up in 2 units. So our suggestion was actually for future evaluations to associate one specific person with one unit, to make it clear how to avoid unfair evaluation in a way, to make it clear where the assessment goes.
Thank you. Julius, would you like to add something to this? Okay, then we can move to the next question. All of you mentioned publications as the main activity. And this question about publications is also the most popular question from the online questions which are coming. Of course, publishing papers are one of the main outcomes of our research. But here we have a problem when researchers are trying to publish in the best journals. And here again we have the problem with the so-called predatory journals, which not all predatory journals, but some of them, they are ranked highly by Clarivate Analytics, like some MDPI journals. And we have a discussion going in Lithuania what to do with these journals. Should we score such papers in our assessment system, or we have to find some other way? So I would like to ask you to share your opinion on these publishers, journals, and how to deal with them, please.
I can start when I have the microphone. So yeah, this is a very difficult question. I guess that it would be legally problematic to give instruction, binding instruction on this. But maybe one solution is that the researchers themselves, when they submit to different journals, they can evaluate what is the quality of the reviewer statements that they get. And yeah, at least I have the experience that with the traditional journals, the quality of referee statements is better than in some other journals. It doesn't mean that from the traditional journals always you get good referee statements. There are weaknesses there also, but sometimes in these problematic journals it really looks like there is a machine producing these referee statements, and in many cases I'm quite disappointed for that quality. Yes, others, please.
Yeah, I guess you cannot really disqualify some of those journals, but I mean, they are almost certainly not Q1 journals. So if they are Q2 or Q3 and you are asked to put emphasis on Q1, then it's also the problem by itself. So I would say it's not a big deal. They should be rated lower than the others. Anybody else?
Yeah, okay, so for example, if you use the Web of Science, so they are ruling out some journals which is considered predatory. That is one way to go, because Web of Science also produces these bibliometric indexes from that. But otherwise it may become very difficult to like every year check about the level of the different journals, and I think it was also in our panel recommendations that at least to have to publish in different kind of journals. So then you are more likely to have also in proper journals. But I also want to emphasize that we should look into the quality of the papers as such, and not so much the number of papers, because it's like the disease of our time that the people too much they focus on the number of publications. And when I've been reviewing papers, so not only once, but every now and then I realized that there is submission of manuscript which already has been practically the same content has already been published. So like with the same data, so some scientists want to maximize the number of papers come out from the same data. So this is not a good way to go. So that rather to look into some bibliometric indexes which is independent of the number of papers. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you want to talk or?
Okay.
Well, so I think we have to remember or remind ourselves that in the end, all these publishing systems, all these editorials, it's all a business. So in the end, MDPI, it's a business, just like Elsevier. So I think having a different system of publishing, such as MDPI, which generally has papers, there has a first response after 20 days. It's a different system than, for instance, perhaps Elsevier, which can have a paper for 6 months or 7 months and still not get an answer. I'm not saying that this MDPI it's the best system, but at least it will try to push Elsevier, for instance, to improve in certain aspects of how they publish. And also, this being said, not all the papers in MDPI, for instance, are, can be considered predators. I mean, it is true that most of them or some of them are being looked at very deeply, but it is true it's trying to help change the system, how we publish, I think. And this is also an open debate in Spain as well. And to be honest, I don't know what the conclusion will be because it's still in debate. But I think it doesn't have to be one extreme or the other one. I think we should all try to manage a system that can have the benefits of the two parts. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Kare, please, you join our discussion.
Thank you. Sorry for being a bit far away. 4 points from me. I think increasing focus on quality and more substantial publications will somewhat take away that discussion point. Secondly, impact is often measured by number of citations, at least in comparable research fields. So publications are very combined with citation is also an important consideration there. In Norway, we have at least addressed the question a bit by having the libraries manage lists of approved journals and what is considered predatory journals or gray zone journals. And that's embedded in the Norwegian research system and previously also the funding system. So I guess it's possible to look at some curated lists of, let's call them approved journals, and that can be a task for the university library system to have that nationally managed list. My fourth point is, I think we're under an incredible transformation these days with artificial intelligence. So a lot of the publication production system now is going to change quite dramatically over the next years. So in face of artificial intelligence and how easy it will be to generate new manuscripts, I think we have to think new on the whole publication system, and that will come into play within a reasonable amount of time. So maybe the discussion of predatory journal is maybe not the key issue in the next evaluation round 5 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I fully agree there, and I think we will be facing dramatic changes with KI coming up. And I join the opinion of Romain that not every so-called predatory journal is necessarily really predatory. One has to be somewhat selective about it. And probably we will only know in a bit of time what the real impact and breadth of impact is. So I'm for a nuanced view in some cases, very specific ones.
Yeah, Julius, please.
Yeah, so I already mentioned that it's very important that scientists evaluate, so do qualitative evaluation. So when we do this early formal evaluation, then too much impact is on the quarters or impact factors and so on. And now during the current evaluation, each evaluation unit had to choose the publications they want to present. So there's a kind of one filter, and for sure scientists they know by themselves which are journals they want to publish, and at this stage they try to show the best they have. Another thing, I believe the experts also looked at not only formally what are impact factors or maybe what kind of quartiles, but also looking, again, we believe that our colleague scientists know which journals are better than the others, and so in such a evaluation, this can be performed much better than just counting how many papers, which kind of impact factors. So.
Yeah, I would like to think a little bit out of the box. First of all, the first predatory publisher is Elsevier. Yeah, of course, because we were paying a lot of money for databases, yeah, for our results. Elsevier and Springer, we were getting a lot of money. Is this not predator? So be very careful. Yeah. So, and the first thing. Second thing is that I now am publishing mainly on MDP. I'm not saying that I'm an excellent scientist now. I am more administrator. But after my PhD student waited 1 year and 2 months for this traditional journal to answer that we were unable to find referees for you. Okay, I thought, okay, that's enough. I will publish where I can publish fast. I do not have time to wait for 1.5 years for my PhD students. It is too expensive. And the third thing, I think we are in the position of transition at the moment, clearly. Because, of course, this model, then we have both open publishing and subscription. This is damaging for sure, because we are paying twice. We are buying databases and we are paying for our publications. I think that it's obvious that all scientific research should be open. It is nonsense that only rich scientists can read databases. This is not fair. Why the scientists from Bangladesh cannot read databases with, I don't know, Nature, Physics Review or whatsoever? This is not fair. And this is, how to say, this is bad for science, because we are excluding a lot of scientists from possibility to be on the edge. But on the other hand, I am sure that we are in a more significant traditions, and all these new things like Wikipedia. Why there is no kind of a journal papers database like Wikipedia, where all society is voting if this paper good or bad? Why do we need journals at all? Really, we need them? What a journal is doing? Just finding experts? Okay, I am not saying that I have any solution, but I am sure that some kind of these type of solutions will appear soon. I am not speaking about artificial intelligence to evaluate our papers, but...
Okay, please.
I have to comment that I believe on the philosophy of scientific journals, so that you submit to the peer review and get then the referee statements and improve on the basis of that your manuscript and conclusions. It is possible to publish in the internet without reviews, but I trust more on the traditional scientific publication.
Okay, thank you. Karev, would you like to say something?
Sure. Interesting discussion. I think it's also interesting to consider if we should look at particularly the Lithuanian system or the sort of global publishing landscape as such, because of course the global publishing landscape is dominated by commercial publishing houses, which has been the case for many years. And those commercial publishing houses and others also maintain a publication culture where merit and reputation is somewhat established culturally. And that culture is now challenged by various mechanisms, including various initiatives in the EU and other places where you have these COHERE initiatives and others, and Dura declaration and others that somewhat challenging that established culture. I think for the Lithuanian context, and that culture is there at the moment, and that's how we evaluate the current system. I think in the Lithuanian context, from my perspective, in the evaluation, what was a bit absent there was editorial roles or clear leadership of good journals that are beyond guest editorial leadership. So that goes maybe be a take-home message to the Lithuanian context that, okay, we want to change the system, but then you also have to engage more on the editorial boards of what is considered quality journals or more routine types. I think also the type of journals publishing in is a little bit dependent on the type of study as well. From the individual review experiences, there's a lot of descriptive work being published in Lithuania. So I think the distinction between descriptive work, describing screening or some phenomenon, versus hypothesis testing and high risk, high gain type of approaches. There is something there, from my perspective, that's a little bit culturally embedded in the preferences in the system. So I think there is something to look at there for the Lithuanian publication culture. Maybe the threat is not predatory journal is maybe more on the ID conception phase, problem formulation, what networks enable the core questions to be identified, who you collaborate with, and at the end of that long process, of course, you make sure to find a journal that has a reputation that you would like to be associated with later in the career. Okay.
Thank you. So if I try to summarize what was said, so you wouldn't suggest to forbid Lithuanian scientists to publish in good MDPI journals? Okay. Let's move to the third part of our session, because our clock is showing that we have less.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Is Lithuanian science signing the San Francisco Agreement? Is Lithuania signing the San Francisco Agreement, meaning that the impact factor of a journal should not be considered per se, but the wider impact the presented research has on society, community, and economics? No.
Yes, we are moving towards Quora principles, and we are moving from quantitative to qualitative. And actually, we now are in the process how to introduce this qualitative assessment system into all our assessment systems. So I hope that in 5 years, some changes will be already introduced. Okay, and now time for questions. And first of all, I would like to ask people in audience, would you have questions? Would you like to ask something? Okay, then I'll go to online questions. Again, one of the most popular questions and related to our discussion on journals is, you have highlighted Q1 journals, but in some specific fields, the most prestigious journals balance between Q1, Q3. What would you suggest to do in this case? So if in some fields there are very few Q1 journals.
I'm willing to get this discussion started. To start out with, I have not the foggiest idea, but I guess there it is very important that in the assessment, the initiative lies with the assessed unit, and they should indicate then why do they list these journals, and if the argument is that for this particular field, these are the most appropriate ones, even though they are considered Q3. But there's no other journal where this research could be published and is still outstanding, then okay, but then it's fine, but it should be stated then explicitly. I feel. That's my personal opinion. Anybody else? Mm-hmm. Nobody else?
Okay, thank you. Another question. Shouldn't the assessment also focus on researchers' pay and working conditions, not just project funding, to get a better picture of development potential?
Yeah, I absolutely think so, and at least I can say in the case of my panel, it did, and it was mentioned that, for example, one institution had won a European Prize for Human Resources Management, and we particularly asked at the respective institution grad students, researchers, technical personnel about their conditions. And I have to say, in general, we were quite impressed how the considerations were. Yeah.
Thank you.
I keep it.
Yes, I think these working conditions was part of the infrastructure which was evaluated, and I think we paid attention into that in a couple of cases when there was a clear advantages. There were new buildings and very good laboratory conditions, but we could have taken more note on those in every place.
Yeah, as I also said in my summary, I think the infrastructure was quite good. One complaint we heard is that the salaries were not competitive at an international scale, and this I consider also part of the working conditions more at a personal level. I understand that there's now a Thrive going to increase the salaries and make this make them better or more compatible. I think this is necessary. If you want to have an outstanding science, the pay for the scientists should be comparable. I mean, and it does not necessarily have to be only in terms of salary. I mean, instrumentation matters. One other thing which I think at this time is maybe worth mentioning is that what we noticed is that the number of PhD students was well behind the numbers which I would be normal at, let's say, my university, the number of PhD students per scientific staff member. So that I consider also part of the working conditions, and there some improvements can be made, I feel.
Thank you.
Well, in the end, it's all about having people motivated. So I think it's essential. Just like you were mentioning, and I think it's also related with incentives to some extent. You can have people to some extent more motivated also in this sense if you have some type of incentive. So altogether, I think definitely it's something to take into account as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Now we move to the conference assessment. Can you please specify which rankings were used to identify high-level conferences? Please.
Yeah, I think this question goes exactly to the unit of assessment, because if the unit or the researchers in the unit of assessments are in high international level, they know exactly which are the conferences where they should excel.
Again, from other panels, chairs?
Yeah, I think there are some conference series which are very well known in a given science community, and the panel members represent this field of science, and they just know there is no overall ranking of the conferences, but it's like a common knowledge among experienced scientists which conference areas are highly evaluated.
Yeah, I would add to this, apart from the level of the conference, the level of your contribution to this conference is extremely important. So for me, it makes a big, as I said, makes a big difference if you have a poster or a contributed talk or an invited talk or a plenary invited talk. And this difference, that is the more important one to, and even if it is an invited talk to some workshop, I feel it is more distinguished than having a contributed paper to a distinguished, well-known conference with 10,000 participants. You know? So it all goes at what level you do it. It's difficult to really quantify this. But.
Well, just like in journals, there are predator journals. I think conferences nowadays, there's also lots of conferences with all my respects, kind of act in a similar way. I mean, it's a business, and basically they just want people to come to a conference, and it's very difficult to say if the conference is good or not. But in the end, conferences that are established and not organized, let's say, by researchers, just like by companies that just want to, you know, get attraction and make money, it's clearly not the sense of the conference. And you can see that also from the number of participants and the quality of the participants. So altogether, it is difficult to assess if, you know, a conference is good or not. But I think these are some parameters that you can actually visualize and get a feeling of the level of the conference.
Yeah, I of course do not count to those conferences for which I daily get invitations to present something, only if I submit €1,000 participation fee or so. Those I discard. Yeah, truth exists.
The conferences.
Okay, then next question is from young scientists. Question is, what structural support strategies are missing to enable international networks for young researchers? I think this question is what in Lithuania we could do to encourage this international networking between young scientists. Please.
Yeah, I don't know if it is really structures, but I think what helps a lot would be that the senior scientists would have good international connections to good universities in their field, because then the mobility for young scientists would be much easier.
Yes, so it always takes money to go to conferences, and for young people this should be important. And the other thing that young or more experienced scientists, if they are members of international committees which have meetings in connection of conferences, so usually the person needs some support to go there, because the project money is always limited.
I wonder, shouldn't Erasmus be an option at a very early career stage? And otherwise, as said, if the PI has links, there are a number of binational programs, for example, with Germany, the DFG. I think one can find them. But I don't know how. Is Erasmus used? I guess so, no?
Yes.
I would think so.
Okay, that's it. Next question is, should international leadership be the main criterion for good quality research?
I think for good quality research, it should not matter which criterion you have, it always will stand out. And international leadership is one of them. So if you have somebody who is an international leader, then that is good quality research. And the experience also from looking at these graphs of the distribution of scores, if a group is scoring high on one indicator, it is basically scoring high on all indicators. So it should be good, and then if a group is good, it usually doesn't matter what criterion you have, that group will always stand out. So in that sense, international level is a good indicator, but it should not matter, is my feeling.
Yes, and I think we have many lessons in the past that something research is important is realized after 10 years or after 100 years. So this we should always remember that we don't know exactly now what is the very important research which exists now. So this is the difference between sports and science, that in science we can't measure everything.
You wouldn't like to add? Okay, then we will move to another question. This is about language. Don't you think that keeping mother tongue technical language for future generations is a part of national security?
Simple answer is yes.
So sorry. So the question was like keeping the language, like the question was more related with the.
Yes, it's about, say, to use Lithuanian in technical sciences as a measure for.
Yeah, it's actually a good question, because actually I'm from Barcelona, so in Barcelona we have Catalunya, and in Catalonia we have Catalan, which is also a language spoken by 6 million people. And it's also a question it's a debate that we always have there. So should Catalan be, used more in technical parts at the university when foreign people come? Should it be used constantly? And in general, the question is yes. I mean, in the end, you also, to some extent, not everything in Catalan, but to some extent, you also, it's good that Catalan is reinforced, and actually the government actually does incentivize, for instance, thesis written in Catalan. And I'm not saying that it's bad or it's good, but it's something that in the end, it does make sense at some moment. Not everything, but so in Lithuania, I do think that at some moment, probably, it does make sense. Yeah.
Thank you, please.
Yes, the question of language. I can briefly state how the situation is in technical fields in my university. So there are still some master's theses which are written in Finnish and or Swedish, because we have two official languages. But then when I look at the doctoral thesis, I don't know when a doctoral thesis has been written in my university last time in Finnish. I don't know any example. Practically all of them are in English. But this is of course to make the international spreading of the results easier. But yeah, this is the situation in my university, and I think the university supports the idea that master's thesis can be in Finnish.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the Netherlands, it's also a small country. It has more inhabitants than Lithuania, 17 million. But certainly in physics or associated fields, all PhD theses and even master and bachelor theses are written in English. There I feel that it is more important that you are open and really be able to follow what is being done elsewhere in order to improve your own field, than to say that I write things down in a language nobody understands, so I keep it secret for myself. This does not fly. Certainly with present-day Google Translate, no matter which obscure language you can write it, you run it through Google Translate, and sometimes less readable, but something will be reproduced that is understandable to everybody. So it's maybe related to national pride, but national pride can also be dangerous at some point. So this is a matter of politics, and let's stay away from politics. As far as communication and improving the field and going about challenges, I think it can be argued that it is better to be really at a good level of communication in a language that is spoken by a large number of people in the field than a small selection.
Okay, yes, I continue that. Yes, it is true that the language of science is English now. That's clear, but we need also popular science level texts in our own national language, so that the whole population understand. So I don't know the point in the question, was it for science or popular knowledge, public knowledge?
Public knowledge should certainly be public, and that means in the local language.
Okay, and I see that Kare, would you like to add something to this question?
Yeah, I think it's a good question and a good discussion. To me, the choice of language is really about understanding your audience. And if you have ambitions to compete on the international research arena with basic research, I mean, that's a kind of clear-cut answer to that. Of course, then you have a lot of technical advice and more applied research on other users of that knowledge that can maybe distinguish the type of language used. And then, of course, you have the levels of teaching at different levels up to at least master level, maybe in the native language. But then what we evaluate as an international panel is basically quality based on international indicators. So, okay, local language for certain purposes, but what's competitive in the international research arena is today published in English. And I think it's also important that the students at different levels train in using English as a scientific language, as important as it is to do it in a native language. I think a lot of the competitive advantages of good research applications actually relate to how you formulate and use language, how you master your language. So for Lithuanian research to be more competitive internationally is also something to do with how you master English as, let's say, marketing language for your ideas. Now AI will help write those applications, so the whole thing is getting a bit different, because clearly before it was a competitive advantage of being good at mastering the language of the application for me. Now that's the whole field there is going to change. But I think the question is all about audience and who you write for, more than sort of bipolar yes-no discussion. It's a more multifaceted discussion that depends on the purpose. Thank you.
And the final question, with which I would like to end our session, is what should you suggest to improve for the next period assessment guidelines?
I can start. I have a few proposals which I gave already earlier. So
just short few
I really think that the format of supplying the material should be should be improved, and more structured related to the publications, and these bibliometric possibilities of what are available nowadays, they should be utilized. But when you ask the units of assessments to do the bibliometric analysis, you can give different instructions, and I think the Research Council should really think which kind of instructions you will give, because this has a big effect on what you will get out. Yeah, okay. I can let the microphone circulate.
Yeah, I think many of the topics were already addressed. I feel that the site visits were essential to know how the people operate, so this certainly should be kept. And for the rest, it is more like fine-tuning the results. In all the emphasis on bibliometric measures, you should not forget the IP and spin-off companies. Those are also important, certainly in natural sciences, and they should be considered highly also.
Yes, I can agree with the other two here that the material which is provided us before the visit, so this could be improved with various kind of tables and lists, so to get easier to get a good picture. But otherwise, the visiting program as it was excellent, and the schedule around that, I think that was very. Had a very good feeling with that.
Yeah, well, basically in the end, I agree with what you said. In the end, probably the visit is essential, and probably a way to increase that time would be excellent. And then the structuring of the units of assessments to make it clear for whoever's evaluating that structure, that will help from the beginning.
Would you like to add something?
As far as the unit of assessments, at present, most of them were around gray mass of lots of people. And I think if you have a group of sometimes 100 people, there must be substructures present. Otherwise, it is inoperable. But these were not well indicated. And I think to make this more clear at whatever scale would be most helpful.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think there's a majority that is in favor of structuring information provided and make it more concise and easy to digest in a way. I also agree, my panel felt very strongly that the site visits were essential. We all enjoyed them a lot. There were two suggestions still from our part. In particular, when visiting quite diversified units, the panel suggested to be informed a priori, well ahead of the visit, about the structure of the unit, and should be able to choose the facilities to visit. And then they suggested a short debriefing at the end of the visit with the leadership team for further clarification of issues that might not have been, let's say, sufficiently discussed during the visit, a short one. That were two things that concern the site visits and possible improvements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For these
Yes.
site visits, I thought that half a day was sufficient. I think you can always spend more time at different groups, but half a day was enough to get an impression and know what's going on, and otherwise it would probably be more of the same and not much added value.
Small thing related to the site visits, because the site visits were really very important, and during the site visits the units were given a chance to advertise that these are really our great results. These are the highlights of our achievements. And please give this opportunity also for the material which they submit in the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Okay, our time is over, and I'll take this opportunity to thank you all for your insights, all your comments, recommendations, and especially for coming here to Vilnius to share your experiences with us. And I also thank all participants here in the hall and also those who were watching the session online. Thank you.